But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. The Assembly will resolve itself into Committee of Supply to consider Financial Paper Number 2 of 2021. The Assembly is in Committee of Supply. The Assembly is in committee to consider Financial Paper Number 2. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify that Cabinet has recommended for consideration by the Assembly the motion for the approval of the proposals set out in Financial Paper number 2, 2021, supplementary estimates current and capital, totaling $21,360,385,051 for the period ending 31st December 2021. And I now move the motion.
The motion is proposed. We will consider the paper as usual. That is, the items will be taken from both current and capital estimates in the order for which the minister is responsible. Honorable members, let's turn to item 1, Agency Code 02022, Office of the Prime Minister, Disaster Preparedness, Response and Management. And I now propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable Prime Minister, who has responsibility for this very important agency that has to do with disaster preparedness, disaster management, give us some explanation for these numbers, the $10 billion. It is in fact, the legend speaks to flood relief, repairs to infrastructure, and support and recovery. Could the Honorable Prime Minister disaggregate this sum so that we can better be able to interrogate what is happening in each one of these areas to which monies are, you're asking for monies to be allocated? Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, there is no disaggregation at present because, allow me to speak, because we are doing the assessment now. As a responsible government, we are in the relief phase of this operation. It is expected that following the relief phase, we'll have a recovery phase. And what we're doing here is asking for this money because we are assessing now and we're planning for the recovery phase, and we know that there will be an expenditure to repair. I don't want to go into the weeds, Mr. Speaker, but there will be an expenditure to continue to provide food hampers for the people who are affected. There are expenditure related to repair to roads that are affected, a lot of drainage and irrigation related work, purchase of equipment, for example, like water storage, water tanks, water purification, manning of shelters over an extended period of time. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that the assessment is being done by the Civil Defense Commission at present. We are aware that there will be a substantial need for expenditure moving forward, and as a responsible government, we are not going to be reactionary, but we're forced to be proactive and ask for money now so that we can deal with these issues as we go on.
Thank you,
Next
Honorable
question.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister, you have 3 specific areas here. While you are not able to say specifically what sum will be spent under what heading, I'm asking you, even if you are able to say 1/3 or 1/5 of this sum will be spent on disaster relief. Mr. Prime Minister, you're aware of the suffering of the people of this country. as a result of this flood, and that the president has declared this to be a level 2 disaster, and that has certain consequences. The people of this country, particularly Liverpool, Lancaster, Hoxton, Evesham, and those areas, have asked me to ask you, what is it that you're doing for them? Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the Honorable Leader of the Opposition that the people of this country will be looked after by my government. And as Leader of the Opposition, if you have any information pertaining to gaps in our assessment, we will welcome it on board as we put together the package to bring relief to the people of Guyana, all the people of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Prime Minister, I welcome your invitation, and I want to say that we have offered our assistance in working with the interagency task force and with the task force to deal with the consequences of flooding in this country. This is a national disaster, and we have said we are prepared to work with all agencies to ensure that we bring relief to our people. So I take your challenge up, but I trust that when we provide information to you or your office or the CDC, that they will not treat it as if this was a political matter.
This is for all Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Civil Defense Commission has done an assessment and is continuing to do more assessments concerning the flood disaster. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say to date how many persons are affected by this natural disaster to date, and a breakdown by region? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, based on the updated report, we have just over 30,000 households are affected by the floods throughout Guyana. I don't have a breakdown by region, but I can follow up with that information.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, can the Honorable Prime Minister say what are the losses or damages that these 30,000 households faced during this flood relief? And within this 30,000 household that was assessed, I am certain that there are infrastructure work that was also damaged, like roads, bridges, and so on within their villages. Can the Honorable Minister, Prime Minister, tell us the names of the infrastructure areas, that the areas where the infrastructures are that were damaged, the road, specifically what bridge, and those kind of things, sir? So that I'm assuming, sir, if I may, before the Prime Minister answer the Honorable Prime Minister, that arriving at $10 billion means that there was some assessment that was done that caused them to know a definitive number and then projected more to get to the 10 billion. So I would love to know what are some of the areas that will be addressed with this $10 billion.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is just an initial figure based on what we see when we went into the areas. The Civil Defense Commission, as I mentioned earlier, continue to do their work in the area of damage assessment. And there is all likelihood that we will come back to this very house to request more money.
Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, sir. I am happy that the Honorable Prime Minister said that this is an initial figure that was catered for after what they saw. Can the Honorable Minister tell us what is it that he saw that caused him to come with $10 billion?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just like to be very patient with the honorable member and use the important word here, responsibility. I think that word more or less captures us coming to this house with that figure, because we are a responsible government. Don't let us get into the weeds. There are roads that are damaged, there are households that are affected, there are animals that are affected. We have to feed almost everyone in over 180 communities in our hinterland, because all their farms are affected by this flood. And that will have to go on, who knows, for the next 3 months until the water subsides, and during the recovery phase, we can help them to get back on their feet and into their livelihood until the next crop.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I agree with the Honorable Prime Minister that the flooding affected hundreds of people, possibly thousands of people. I would like for the Honorable Prime Minister, if he can be specific in terms of the areas that he visited that caused him to conclude that there is need for $10 billion to fix infrastructure work. He must have seen a river that has overflowed and damaged roads.
Honorable
and bridges.
Member, the Prime Minister answered twice. This is an initial amount, right? I think the line of the question is now bordering on badgering. But I'll ask you to conclude it and then offer the Prime Minister to answer.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I heard the Honorable Prime Minister when he said that this is an initial sum and that they are very much likely to come again. But I remind that we just considered, sir, paper 1, which is where they spent money without coming to this house.
We're talking about paper 2, please.
I know we're talking about paper 2.
Please ask the question.
Sir, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he can give us a list, if he can lay over a list of those 180 communities that are affected by this flooding that will get attention from the government pertaining to the $10 billion spending.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with laying over a list of the 180 hinterland communities, but please recall I did mention over 30,000 households in 300 communities. I specifically talk about the 180 communities, but I will refer to the hinterland area of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable
Thank
Member,
you,
Mr.
Comrade
Mahi.
Chairman. Comrade Chairman, well, can he lay over the 300 communities? And can he say, sir, when am I likely to receive the list of 300 communities that were affected by the flooding?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Civil Defense Commission, the agency that is tasked with managing disasters in Guyana, is at present doing their damage assessment and needs assessment, and the 300 communities are based on the work of the Civil Defense Commission, and I will gladly supply the information to this House at the right time when the Civil Defense Commission has concluded their work.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member,
Yes.
Ms.
Thank you very
Ferguson.
much, Comrade Chairman. On this very line item, I would like the Honorable Member to explain to this Honorable House what role or roles the CDC will be playing in rectifying the infrastructural damages? Are they responsible for executing infrastructural damages?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the education of the honorable member, the Civil Defense Commission is a coordinating agency. The approach to any disaster in Guyana is a multi-agency or interagency approach. So the Ministry of Public Works, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health, all the important ministries are involved in working with the Civil Defense Commission. This is an agency that has been conducting exercises and practices over the last 3 decades, because I was intimately involved in those exercises and practices. So it's a well-oiled agency that has worked on every disaster in Guyana. And I think I agree we should commend the work of the Civil Defense Commission, and rest assured, honorable member, that the Civil Defense Commission itself will not be executing any specific work in the recovery phase, but is responsible for the damage and needs assessment, which will inform government as to the priority of work.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you very
Ferguson.
much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I understand the honorable member very well, right? Very well. But the concern I have, Comrade Speaker, Comrade Leader, Comrade Chair, is this. You have monies budgeted out of this $10 billion. You have monies budgeted for infrastructural rectification, right? And if you look further down, in this very financial paper, you notice the Ministry of Public Works is also requesting sums for roads and also infrastructural work. So we need to get a clear understanding what sums of the $10 billion. I understand the honorable member stated that they're still doing assessment, but you come into this house to seek approval to take taxpayers' money, and you're unprepared to offer us the necessary answers that we're asking here. So can the honorable member share some clarity with respect to the works to be done by CDC and also public infrastructure?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I mentioned responsibility just now, but I'd like to recall that before I also mentioned relief and recovery. And I wish to simplify this whole issue in my answer by mentioning to the honorable member that these are emergency works, and that's why we have it under current expenditure. We have to do this right away so people could get to their communities. Bridges must be repaired, roads must be repaired. And that's a simple answer to this whole issue. This is separate and apart from what you're going to hear later.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I agree with you that the approach is an interrelated agency approach to deal with this national disaster. Has the interrelation of different agencies incorporated the Ministry of Housing? And I ask that specifically, Mr. Prime Minister, because a lot of the houses in Kokwani, in Rockstone, are covered with water. Has this been taken into consideration for the relocation of these affected households to higher lands, and more so, when you coming back to the house to ask for more monies, will some of those monies be given to those residents to assist in the rebuilding of their homes?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in responding to the honorable member, I think we have to be very cautious here and don't go about making promises about giving money to households. What is important at this stage is removing people to a place of comfort and safety. Shelter, food, medical attention, and food includes water, right? Potable water, okay? As we move on, as the water recedes, of course, the Ministry of Health will move in their brigades into different communities because the issue of sanitation and safeguarding health will become of primary importance to everyone. As we move onwards in the phase of recovery and mitigation, that is when the medium and long-term issues of relocating households based on floodplain analysis, right? So there's a lot of work has to be done. I wish to assure you that yes, you have houses underwater at Kokwani right now, but the next 5 years or 10 years of the PPPC government, there may not be houses there. There may be somewhere on a hill away from the floodplain, because in the mid to long term, as we complete our floodplain analysis, we will relocate people. So the next time we have an occasion like this, less people are likely to be affected. Disaster mitigation.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Sir, it is quite evident that the government had not done a floodplain analysis, because it is the PVP administration, Mr. Prime Minister, who would have regularized the very said areas in Kokwani and allocated those areas for house lots for the people of Kokwani. I am saying to you, Honorable Prime Minister, I understand that development takes a phase-by-phase basis. But you would agree with me that 5 years waiting for the government to provide housing for people who, no fault of theirs, were victims of a natural disaster. And you are saying that at this particular forum, that shelters is what is being considered as if it is a permanent solution for these individuals. The shelters, Mr. Speaker, the shelters, Prime Minister, are the primary school in Kokwani is converted into a shelter. When will school open? Where will these people go? I am suggesting to you, Mr. Prime Minister, to give serious consideration to higher lands that is close by, that it is high, right in Kokwani, for these people to be relocated. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister, we appreciate the assistance the CDC is doing with regards to giving cleaning agents and food hampers
But
to the affected households.
Honorable Member, the question?
To the affected households, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Prime Minister, have you taken into consideration the very cleaning agents, the very food hampers that you are giving households that have been affected? They cannot use the cleaning agents because the very surrounding where they were to use it is underwater. They cannot use the food hampers because all of their electrical appliances is underwater.
Honorable Member, you've asked the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, a question. You're now proceeding to provide some answers for him to consider.
Sir,
I would now ask the Prime Minister to answer your question. Mr. Prime Minister, I think he dealt with the issue of you considering whether these cleaning agents will be of use because the place flooded right now. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I'm responsible for the confusion in the mind of the honorable member, I apologize. But I did start by stating that what is happening now is relief operation. So schools and buildings like community centers will be converted to shelters. It is not a permanent position. It wouldn't be there like that for 5 years down the line. As soon as the water recedes and we start the cleaning up with the sanitation, people will be encouraged to get back into their homes. Okay, the schools and so will be cleaned up and handed back to the Ministry of Education and the community center to the community. And as we do that, we will morph into the recovery phase, where all the floodplain analysis, all the relocation to higher ground, new housing scheme, the Ministry of Housing will go in there with their experts and allocate areas for new housing development. All these things will happen. These are medium to long-term measures. The end result is that after maybe the next 10 years or 20 years when we face with a situation like this, people will be better off because less people will be living along the river's bank. Of course, people have rights. Some people will decide that, notwithstanding the last flood, I want to remain here. But the government will work during the recovery, during the disaster mitigation phase to assist people to remove to safer ground. And at the end of it, we'll have a more resilient population, a more resilient approach to dealing with climate change. It's a holistic plan. But it takes time. It wouldn't happen in 3 months, in 5 months, in 9 months, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Before you ask a supplemental, I just want us to pay a little regard to those who have their hands up virtually. I have Ms. Philadelphia hands up. So after Mr. Figueroa completes, I'll be taking Ms. Philadelphia. Yes, Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Mr. Chairman, I want to assure the Prime Minister there's no confusion in what I'm asking. I'm saying to you, Honorable Prime Minister, that a lot of the recipients of the hampers and the cleaning agents, they cannot use it. And I'm asking you, sir, in recognition of the difficulties these people are experiencing, because, you have given them, but they can't use it. What is the CDC's plan to mediate this present situation of those said persons whose homes are underwater? What is the plan, or the long-term, the medium-term plan for the CDC with respect to providing assistance to the number of farmers within that area whose farms are underwater? What form of assistance are you going to give them to put them back on their feet, Mr. Prime Minister?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question already. And the second point I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I was in Kokwani, I was in Hururu, I was in Landersville, I was at Bamboo, and you have not reached there as yet.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, this is the second time I've heard a member ask on the floor in this emergency provision for long-term and medium-term plans. Those questions are best asked in terms of another format of questioning. The Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia. The Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen, Philadelphia. The Honorable Member, Ms. Maureen, Philadelphia. Honorable Member, Mr. Sherrod Duncan.
Hi, girls on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister said there is a preponderance of indigenous communities that are underwater, and so the $10 billion is particularly focused there. But according to the CDC's assessment, there are communities that are level 3 flooded that aren't indigenous, and I'm wondering, why is the Prime Minister's assessment differing from the Civil Defense Commission as to what needs monies?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member that my assessment is not different from the CDC assessment. I am just repeating what was briefed on by the CDC. Thank you for giving me the details about level 2 and level 3. The bottom line is we have the communities in the hinterland that are affected, and as you know, or you should know as a member of parliament, that the communities in the hinterland, many of them, their food security is based on subsistence farming in their environments in which they live. Those areas are underwater. They're waterlogged. What is below the root crops are all destroyed. What was saved was converted into food, and I don't want to go into the weeds, but then in some communities, they were able to reap some of the crops and convert it into like cassava bread and so on, store, and therefore they could store some food for reed and so. The reality is, until the water recedes and until they can go through the cycle of planting and reaping again, we have to support those communities. And perhaps there's a reason why the CDC mentioned level 3. Maybe you could follow up with them. But the point is, the bottom line is, some communities are affected in a great measure or to a greater degree than other communities. The bottom line is the government of Guyana, the PPPC government, is committed to reaching every community, every individual affected by this flood and bring relief to them.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I was laboring under the impression that the Honorable Prime Minister is an integral part of the Civil Defense Commission. And so by that token, I was posing my questions to somebody who was integrally aware of the activities of the CDC. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this. The CDC has said to this nation, they have offered us information which suggests what are level 2 affected flood areas and level 3 affected flood areas. They have said to us, for instance, the level 3 are the most affected, right? I want to point out that according to the CDC, region 5, for instance, is a level 3 affected area. And I'm simply asking, according to the CDC's assessment, and I have no trouble with all of the assistance we're giving all Guyanese, but why initially is the hinterland areas being specifically identified, while even some of the catchment areas. Could I finish the question, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I didn't
according
stop you,
to the
sir.
CDC's estimates and information they have supplied, according to the CDC, this is not according to APNU AFC, some of the catchment areas of the hinterland are level 2. Region 5 is a level 3. Why then the preponderance of aid for the hinterland communities as against, for instance, region 5 as a level 3?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member should be fully aware that the CDC, the Civil Defense Commission, is an agency, is a technical body. I am a politician. I listen to the technical people. I come here and I simplify it for you to understand. We have a national disaster flooding in Guyana, 10 administrative regions, 4 different geographical land formation, hundreds of rivers, only 2 of them flowing southwards. The Ireng and the Takatu flows into the Rio Branco, which flows into the Rio Negro, which flows into the Amazon. All the other rivers flow northwards. The reality is, all the areas of Guyana where the rivers are flowing northwards are all affected by flooding, some to a greater degree, some to a lesser degree. And perhaps, and I'm only saying perhaps because I'm being humble here. That is the reason why the CDC is talking about level 3 and level 2 and all these things. The bottom line is we have flooding throughout Guyana in all 10 administrative regions. Some areas are suffering more than some other areas.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, can the Honorable Prime Minister say how much monies were so far given out to affected persons?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have not given out any cash to any affected area. We've given out food hampers, we've given out sanitation hampers, and we have medical packages that are being given out.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
These are all deemed relief supplies or force response items.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, can the Honorable Prime Minister say how many food hampers have been distributed so far?
Honorable Prime Minister.
As of today's date, the report for today, 21,935 food hampers were distributed throughout Guyana. 18,654 cleated hampers.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Prime Minister said 30,000 households are so far affected by this flooding, and he has confirmed that they have distributed 21,935 food hampers and 18,000 plus cleaning agents. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say when will the remaining 8,100 or thereabout food hampers go to the affected people of this flooding?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Let us go back to basics. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the honorable member back to basics in the sense that we started by stating clearly that the Civil Defense Commission will normally do a needs and damage assessment. That needs and damage assessment is what informed the distribution of the hampers. That distribution of the hampers is an ongoing exercise. And to support your concern, we will reach every household that is required or in need of a hamper in due course.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, the opposition, the APNU AFC opposition, has been on a series of outreach, and we also have been providing assistance to affected persons who were skipped by the assessment team. I want to ask if the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, is aware that communities such as Friarish in Berbice, Quarantine, Regdosi in Region 3, La Parfait, Harmony in Region 3, Good Fortune, Roadside in Region 3, the Barama River communities on the Barama River in Region 1, Karasabai and Surama, they were not visited as yet. Yarakita only got 30 hampers, and Anai got 50 hampers to cater for 130 persons. Is the Honorable Prime Minister aware of that, and when will it be rectified so that these persons can be provided with assistance in terms of food hampers?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure the honorable member again that as I speak, hampers are being transported to all affected areas based on the needs assessment and will be distributed to those communities. I note on social media, I note in the papers that indeed yourself and team led by the honorable leader of the opposition was in those areas And it is not painful for us because we've already deployed Civil Defense Commission reps to go and do further checks in those areas. And that is what I talk about, us working together during a time of natural disaster. You identified, as you claim, some gaps. We're being very objective, and we deployed our people to go and do needs assessment in those areas, and the hampers will be distributed.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank
Can I
you,
allow
Congress-
you this last question because your colleague has been waiting for the last 10 minutes to get.
And
to
after this
answer
last
a
question, I'll be allowed to come again.
Honorable.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, there are, in terms of amount of people per household, you have cases where there are 3 persons per household, 1 person per household, 10 persons per household, and the likes. Was that considered when the hampers were distributed to these households? And what length of time is the hamper expected to last these families that were affected by flooding in terms of the assistance provided?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Civil Defense Commission put together a hamper to last a family of 5 for 2 weeks. A big one.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nina Flobes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Prime Minister, I've listened to your presentation earlier when you spoke about coming up with this $10 billion. The $10 billion that you're asking for. Based on the legend here, it says you were looking at relief, repair, recovery. I would like to know what percentage of the $10 billion is allocated for relief. The reason why is because I know that the CDC has been distributing food items, and I'm quite sure they're probably working with a figure in terms of what a hamper would cost. So I'd like to know what percentage did they calculate that will go directly towards relief from this $10 billion?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member, as I mentioned before, the assessments are ongoing. The assessment reports will inform our further intervention. It is too early for us to divide this amount of money and say so much will go for hampers, so much will go for recovery, so much will go for this, right? We are doing an assessment now. This is an objective process, okay? With regards to the other part of the question about the cost of a hamper, $10,000 is the cost for the food hamper that we prepared.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I'm grateful that the Honorable Prime Minister indicated that the Civil Defense Commission is providing a $10,000 hamper for a family of 5 for a period of 2 weeks. Since the commencement of distribution of hampers, 2 weeks are finished or over. Is the Prime Minister revisiting these families that were given the hampers and 2 weeks expired to provide more hampers to them?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, just over 2 weeks ago, His Excellency President Dr. Mohamed Irfan visited the Kokwani area, accompanied by Honorable Bishop Ejel and Honorable Sonia Parak. And the next day, they received hampers. 2 weeks after, on Saturday, yours truly, Honorable Bishops Juan Ejel and Honorable Sonia Parag visited Pokwani, and we took hampers again. This is an exercise that is ongoing, and it will be replicated throughout all the affected communities. And based on the reports that I've received so far, that is being done by the CDC, working with the Regional Democratic Council, the Regional Disaster Management System.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, I was happy to hear that the Civil Defense Commission, through the Prime Minister and the other honorable members, went back into communities to provide additional assistance to households that were affected and still continue to be affected. I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he believes his department is being unfair to communities that were not visited as yet. And I would have mentioned some names earlier, sir, of communities that are affected, continues to be affected, but were not visited as yet. And when
Honorable Member, I think the Honorable Prime Minister did answer that. The part you're asking is if it was unfair.
Yes,
and that's
when,
an opinion.
and
I've also said we're going to apply the issue with respect to opinion where questions are concerned. But I'll ask Honorable Prime Minister to
Thank you,
answer
Comrade Chair.
the issue of unfairness.
Mr. Speaker, as I answered earlier, all communities will be visited and hampers will be distributed based on the needs assessment done by the Civil Defense Commission. I wish to assure the honorable member that that is an ongoing exercise, and we will reach to every affected community in the shortest possible time.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members,
through the
Mr.
chair,
Sims.
to the Honorable Prime Minister. With regards to the distribution in Kokwani, does the Prime Minister, or is he aware that the Honorable Member Ejil indicated that he is not Noah and he cannot save everyone? Does the Prime Minister
Honorable Member, I don't think this is a particular issue
No.
with respect to the allocation.
I'm getting to there, sir.
You're asking about a prophecy by an honorable member.
No prophecy, sir.
Okay.
Do you believe, Honorable Prime Minister, that the hamper distribution had been politicized, given the fact that there is substantial evidence that shows that some supporters who might have voted for APNU AFC did not receive hampers, whereas those that voted for the PPP received? I would want to believe, sir, that this government is fair in their hamper distribution.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member that this government is fair in the hamper distribution because this government is distributing hampers based on the needs assessment done by the Civil Defense Commission, and the Civil Defense Commission is the lead agency.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
That's a follow-up
Honorable
question.
Member, Mr. Sim.
Can the Honorable Prime Minister indicate if any international aid had been sought as yet, or if any aid had been given to this country as yet with assisting with this flood?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali on the 9th has declared a national disaster. The level 2 disaster means that we are not overwhelmed, but we can seek assistance. We have since done so. We have written and had engagements through the CDC with the European Union and with CDEMA, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, and both agencies has indicated their desire to offer assistance. The CDC and SEDEMA, along with the National Disaster Organization in Suriname, had a virtual meeting, and soon the CDC will be rolling out their assistance to Guyana. I think it's a bit too early to say exactly what that assistance is. However, that will be communicated as the assistance is rolled out to Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is there a policy in the distribution of relief to communities in the hinterland that allows the Tushals and the village councils who are elected by the people to be involved in the management and the distribution of those articles? Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more than a policy, it's a practice, because this is happening right now. At Hururu, the Tushao was responsible for the distribution, he and his councillors. And that is happening in many communities throughout Guyana.
Shepherding people.
I wish to assure you, every community, that is a report. I'm just trying to answer the question, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable
That is
Prime
a report we're getting back to CDC, that the Tushals and the village council are part and parcel of this whole process.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. I just want to inform you that that is not totally accurate, but I hope in the future that that will be done, where we involve our duly elected leaders to be part and parcel for the benefit of their community. Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister, the accuracy of your statement is being questioned.
I stand by my statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put the question.
No, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In view of the extraordinary nature of this crisis and disaster, is there any reason why government is not going into the Natural Resources Fund for emergency spending of this nature? We have $359 million there. Shouldn't we go there, knowing that there are that it was created for that?
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan, with respect to this line item and this allocation, the question would be fair, but with respect to a policy regarding the Natural Resources Fund, that has another forum for question. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member that we are doing what is in keeping with the procedures before us. That is coming back to the House to ask for a supplementary provision to deal with this disaster.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Honorable Member, it won't be too difficult with you this afternoon. I will try not to be. But I just wanted to get some clarity on something that you would have said. You were stating that the CDC is doing an assessment. You also suggested that some amount of the assessment would have been completed if hampers have started to be shared. I'm trying to get a sense of, if it is that hampers have begun, that means some assessment has been completed, all of the assessment where that is concerned has been completed. You understand what I'm asking you here? I'm trying to get a sense from you whether or not, where hampers are concerned, the assessment for who needs hampers have already been completed. That is the first question I have to you. You're not getting me?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Can you repeat, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask if the honourable member could repeat
Honourable member,
the last part of
repeat the
your
question.
comments there.
Sir, I'm trying to ask of you whether or not do you have a clear sense of the assessment that has been completed or not completed by the CDC as it relates to giving hampers to persons. You're hearing from numbers of us on this side that there's some communities that have been not looked at. There's some communities, only some persons in the communities have received hampers and not others. So this should have been done based on an assessment. And if the CDC would have done an assessment for a particular community, then the numbers from that community would be, okay, there are 2,000 hampers to give to this community, but only 5 hampers are given in that community. So I'm trying to get a sense of, one, the kind of assessment that has been done to ensure that persons who need hampers are getting it. And also, two, I'll get to the second part right now. The second one is whether or not the persons who are on the ground you are ensuring that those persons are not political persons and they are giving persons who actually require and need hampers, the hampers that they deserve.
Honourable members, again, there are standing orders with respect to repetition. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to use the right language, the right words, to ensure that there's some clarity here. We were faced with floods. The Civil Defense Commission went in, they did the initial assessment. That led to the distribution of hampers. There's an ongoing assessment, the damage caused by the flood and the needs of the people going forward through the flood and after the flood. So hampers were given out, and based on the ongoing assessment, additional hampers will have to be given out. So it's an ongoing exercise on both sides. The assessment is continuing, people have to live, so we have to continue giving out hampers.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, Ms. Philadelphia is ready. Honourable member, Ms. Philadelphia. Honourable member, Ms. Philadelphia. Honourable member, Ms. Philadelphia. Okay, I had a message saying she was ready. Maybe there is an issue with connectivity. Honourable member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, when the APNU AFC was in office, there was a heavy flood in...
The question with respect to this particular allocation.
Sir, during
the
that
policy
period,
of the allocation.
yes,
Honourable member.
to the allocation.
No preamble.
Sir, there was always consideration for the involvement of the local leaders to assist with
Honourable member, I am deeming that a repetition. I just heard that from the Honourable member, Mr. Henry.
Sir,
Honourable members, if there is no repetition and there is a new question to the Honourable Prime Minister, I will put. Honourable member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Prime Minister, I understand, I got the clarity. Initial assessment, transfers, and then there will be a further assessment. The question then is, can we ensure or assure the Guyanese public that what happened with the cash grants where was the initial assessment and now they come back for the second assessment and people are still
Honourable member, Honourable member Ms. Halley, Honourable member Ms. Halley, I didn't hear anything so far on cash grants. We're talking about the cash grants for the COVID or cash grants for flooding?
No, I was just trying to get the Prime Minister to assure the Guyanese people that what transpired with the cash grant won't happen with the hampers.
I think if you have an issue with the cash grant, I think the Minister of Human Services is the best person to answer that. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, I think this is a good time to put a question.
Sir,
I put a question that item number 1 Agency Code 02
Comrade Speaker,
022.
I have a new question, sir.
022, item number 6294.
Comrade Speaker, you're not going
forms part of
Comrade
the
Speaker,
estimates. Those in favor say aye.
What's this?
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I put a question that item number 2, Agency Code 21-212, Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Support Services, forms part of the estimates. I propose the question. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was just referred to Section 24, Supplementary Appropriation Acts, and I thought that it would be important that the House and the people get an explanation. It says here that whenever there is any supplementary appropriation, the minister, when introducing a supplementary appropriation, shall present to the National Assembly the reason for the proposed variation. By the way, this is Fiscal Management and Accountability Act.
Go ahead, Honorable Member, please. Make a point.
Yeah. The minister shall provide a supplementary document describing the impact of the variations, if approved, will have on the financial plan outlined in the national budget. Now, this is almost $23 billion. And I searched my documentation and I didn't see that supplementary document. And I rather suppose that it wasn't done. Could the Minister of Finance indicate whether he did a supplementary document to say how this, once approved, is going to affect the annual budget and the financial plan thereof?
Honorable Member, I am going to provide my understanding and my decision on your observation. With respect to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, the section you quote, the section you quote is apt. Also, what is apt is the standing orders. It's your observation speaks to the point of the appropriation bill. It has always been taken that these supplementary estimates that are presented along with the remarks hearing forms part of the information provided before that bill is considered. And that's why we go through this questioning too. And here, in the financial paper, in the remarks column, the minister has supplied some information prior to that. And this has always been the convention. This has always been how it has been done. So I ask that we proceed with the supplementary paper before us, and then we'll get to the bill.
Sir, please.
Honorable Member, go ahead, please.
Yeah. It is important that when we get the itemized thing and there is a remark that the provision is made for that, that does not meet the statutory requirements as to how it has affected the financial plan outlined in the annual budget. We are going to get 1.5 million for Gaisuko, and that remarks section says provision for Gaisuko. But how does because in an annual budget, the entire budget speech of the finance minister talks about how the country will be affected for the year. Now, when you come with a variation, you got to state now in a supplementary document, how will it affect it? Are we going to get inflation this year? Is the deficit going to grow by another $23 billion? And all of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and I will maintain my position with respect to the convention which we have always adopted in the House with respect to supplementary paper. I am confident that the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, when that appropriation bill comes, may have something to say. Can you please now ask the question with
Yes.
respect to item 2, Agency Code 21-212?
Yes, it is a $1.5 billion that is going to be provided for Gaisuku again. Could the Honorable Minister indicate whether the $2 billion that was given in the budget has been completely spent so that you need another 1.5?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Honorable Member information, we are continuing to restructure Gaisuku. There are critical parts that are needed to rehabilitate and recapitalize on the present estate, and also to reopen the closed sugar estate that you all closed. So we are on verge of doing that, and those money that were budgeted in the supplement, in the national budget is almost exhausted, and we have to continue with our commitment to the people of this country and to the sugar workers to reopen those closed sugar estates.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsden.
When you indicate, Mr. Minister, it is almost completed, would you give a percentage to that as to the present state of affairs? Is it about 75% completed or 90% that caused you now to come for a 1.5?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I could lay that over to the Honorable Member. The amount of that money that was expended so far, almost, as I said, it's almost exhausted already. That is why we are coming now for supplementary to continue the program.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
All right. In relation to the $1.5 billion, is any of this going to be spent on Skeldon Estate?
Honorable Minister.
Comrade, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, for the Honorable Member information, let me break it down and disaggregate him for him. Skeldon, 40 million. Enmore, 40 million. Rose Hall, 292 million. Albion, 718 million. Blairmont, 149 million. And Iflot, 149 million. Albion, 718 million. Rose Hall, 292 million. Skeldon and Enmore, 80 million. And Blairmont, Blairmont is 149 million, and Iflot 259 million, give you 1.5 billion.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
These sums for those various, thanks very much for that, Zulfi, Honorable Member. The monies there that are going to be spent on those factories or estates, are they going to be capital works, or is it going to go to fund sugar workers' pay?
All these will be capital works, and I will give you this disaggregation also, because we are not hiding information from you all. We are giving you the information. That is why we want to show, because with this report, I walk with it here, the ILO report, show that you all increase poverty, increase suicide, increase rum drinking in this country. I walk with it here today, and we want to end that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I
will give you a copy.
You haven't answered the question.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
I was saying that the honourable member promised to answer a question. In fact, he just sort of waved an ILO report. He said he will give a disaggregation of the sums that are spent. So we're waiting on that.
Honorable members, I couldn't hear what the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said. The question.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member said that he was going to give a disaggregation of the sums of money that are spent with respect to each one of the estates. The capital expenditure. No.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, again, like my colleague, we have to go through these items, Probably the leader of the opposition didn't comprehend what I said earlier, but I will go through it. I will go through it. For example, Skeldon, 40 million. Long reach excavator. Come and listen. Long reach excavator. And more long reach excavator. Rosal, tillage tractor, 200 horsepower, 54 million. Rosal, harrow plow, 10 million. Rosal, plow 7 million. Rosal, rotary disc tractor, 100 horsepower, 36 million. Rosal, ditcher implement, 9 million. Rosal, new cane pump, 100 million. Rosal, long reach excavator, 140 million. Rosal, aluminum boat, 20 feet, and outboard motor, 4 million. HDP tube, 40 inches, drainage tube, 4 million. 80 horsepower tractor, 24 million. Arnold's pump, 4 million. Give you a total of 292 million for Rosal Estate. Good. Long reach excavator, 3, drone 2. Long reach excavator 3, 120 million. Drone 2, 6 million. Aluminum boat, 20 feet, and outboard motor, 4 million. Cane tug, 40 million. 80 horsepower tractor, 24 million. Arnold's pump, 4 million. New AWR 7030 loam sand mix crusher run, 100 million. Sectional spot repair, 70 by 30 million. Light duty revetment, 2,000 meter, 100.1 million. Timber high bridges, 20 million. 80 cubic mobile pump with trailer, 140 million. Drainage tube, 15 inch by 20 feet length, 100 tube, 4 million. Mobile welding plant, 6 million. Drainage pump, 120 million. 718 million for Albion. Blairmont, sectional spot repair, 18 million. Long reach excavator, 40 million. Paddle tug, 20 million. Boat and engine, 4 million. 40 cubic mobile drainage pump, 40 million. Crusher run, 25 million. PVC tube, 2 million. Giving you a total of 149.9 million for Blairmont. Long reach excavator, 40 million. Aluminum boat, 4 million. Outboard engine, 4 million. 80 horsepower tractor, 24 million. Arnold's pump, 4 million. New loom mix, 25 million. Sectional repair, 10 million. Light duty revetment, 100 meters, 50 million. Timber bridges, 20 million. Timber flat bridges, 8 million. 80 cubic mobile pump, 70 million. Mobile welding plant, 4 million. Giving you a total of 259.9 million. Giving you Albion, 718 million. Blairmont, 149. Iplot, 259. Rosal, 292. Skeldon, 40. Rosal, and more 40, giving you 1.5 billion.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I allow you to ask the question, let the House resume. Honorable Prime Minister, can we get you to move the suspension of the standing orders to move beyond 8 o'clock?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that standing orders numbers 13N and 54 be suspended and enable the supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021 bill number 13 of 2021 to be introduced at this stage.
Sorry, Honorable Prime Minister, we have a resolution to go up to 8 o'clock because of COVID. That particular, we need to move so that we can go beyond 8 o'clock to conclude the business for today.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I ask that we suspend the standing orders to move beyond.
Thank you very much. We now revert to Assembly. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Can the Honorable Minister state if Gaisuko is presently in a position to pay its current bills?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Gaisuko has money to pay its current bills and will continue to deal with value added so that we can increase production and increase the profitability of Gaisuko. We have seen a little turnaround with Gaisuko, and Gaisuko now is moving in the positive direction, unlike before last year, August.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Could the Honorable Minister inform the House what is the cost for the production of 1 ton of sugar locally?
Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera, we are asking you to ask a question pertaining to the allocation before us. Cost of production is a different issue.
Sir, this money is to Gaisuko.
Yes.
And this is
the policy for which it is going to be used is fair. Cost of production is something else.
Sir, this is matters related.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
I have another question.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With request for provision of additional resources to support the restructuring of the sugar industry, could the Honorable Minister say which is the first estate that is planned to be reopened and the estimated timeline for the reopening?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think that this is the 10th time I am repeating that answer. I said that we will open it in a phased approach, and Rose Hall will be the first. And if you listen to this aggregation I gave just now, it will show that Rose Hall has 290-something million, with the other two get 40 million each. So which one will open first? Rose Hall, followed by the other estates.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
When will it be reopened?
Mr. Chair, we are working as soon as possible to reopen the estate. We are now doing the preparatory work, and we are trying to open it as soon as possible, because with the 3 estates, Rose Hall, Skeldon, and Enmore, we have re-employed close to 1,200 workers that APNU AFC fired.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is over 9 months we've been hearing the same tune. When or what is an estimated time for the reopening, and how much do you expect to employ? How many persons do you expect to employ at the reopening?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think that the Honorable Member probably would have to go and see what are the activity involved in sugar. We can't come sit here and say when you open in a factory, when it destroyed. When they destroy the factory, they close down the factory, destroy all the supporting equipments in the factory, fire the workers. Come on, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I am now saying what we have to do before the factory is open. So I am saying now, and I will tell you when the factory will open. They destroy the factory. We have to go now and rehabilitate the factory. They destroy the cultivation. We have to go and do back replanting. We have to get ratoon, we have to get stool to go back and do new planting. We have to do tillage. We have to go back and do the mildup. So it's a whole lot of activity, and our targeted time is sometime next year in the second crop.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, I just want to again draw your attention to the sum before us and the questions relating to, as the Honorable Minister said, and she quoted that standing order, the issue of the policy with respect to this allocation. Some of the questions are now bordering into other generalities which have another avenue for which you can ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Member state what percentage of works was completed in the restructuring of the sugar industry thus far?
Okay, this is the whole sugar industry you're talking about now.
But that's what it said, provision for the restructuring.
Honorable Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I have been saying this is a work in progress. We are continuing to do work to ensure that we make the necessary preparation to reopen the estate. But if the honorable member can direct me which part in the line item he's talking about, I will be so willing to answer you. Tell me where and which estate.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, provision of additional resources to support the restructuring of the sugar industry. I am kindly asking what percentage of works was completed thus far in the restructuring of the sugar industry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, if I could answer the honorable member, we is about 40% in the entire Gaisuko. Because of the destruction they have done, we have to do a lot of critical works, and we'll have more money to put in Gaisuko. We'll need more money to rehabilitate Gaisuko.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on this very line item, in less than 1 year, Gaisuko has been given in excess of 10 billion Guyana dollars. Right? Can the Honorable Minister say to this House whether they will return to this National Assembly for further monies for Gaisuko, and when they intend to put a stop to the funding of Gaisuko wasting taxpayers' money down a black hole?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, if we as a government have to employ and provide support, first of all to give people employment, to rehabilitate and build back the village economy, and build back our country's economy, then this is no wastage for us as a PPP civic government. We will continue to waste money.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to hear from the Honorable Member that the government is interested in, building back a failed industry. But I want to point the Honorable Member and his colleagues to what is happening to the workers at not only GWI, the bauxite workers. What arrangement the government has in place to assist those people in the bauxite industry who are still yet on the breadline?
Honorable Member, you would agree that you would be putting that question to the wrong minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just have one question. Honorable Member, can you please help this House or indicate to this House what percentage of the monies will be used to restructure the LBI estate and the diamond estate that the PPP closed in 2003 and 2011?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think I should answer that question because people don't comprehend in this House probably, and they're asking the wrong question. LBI, Diamond, and so those estates are not in this. I am talking about the estates that we have to employ. Right?
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to know that 40% of the works in the restructuring of the sugar industry was completed thus far. But I want to ask the honorable member how much of the 60% that is remaining will be completed by the $1.5 billion that is to be spent.
Honorable Minister.
Well, that will be a work, Mr. Speaker, that will be a work in progress. This $1.5 billion will help to fit critical parts and also prepare the estate. So, as I said, this will be a continuous work to fix the estate, and I want to make it very clear. The honorable minister within the office, the senior minister within the office of the president would have said that Gaisuko and NISIL has a bond. On these bonds, the money is being utilized also to rehabilitate and recapitalize Gaisuko.
Thank
Can
you,
I ask,
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable
there
Member, Mr.
is,
Jordan.
in relation to so much money
Honorable
being spent,
Member, Mr. Ramsden, go ahead.
could you give us a deadline as to when the board is going to come up with this plan, as you had earlier stated, for sugar? We need to know when that plan is going to be completed.
Honorable Minister.
The plan, Mr. Speaker, there is a plan. The plan is being fine-tuned now, and the board is looking at that, and very shortly they should give me a copy of that, and then I will have it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
I get any mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, I would want to ask, what percentage of the 60% that is remaining, because the question was not answered, would the $1.5 billion covered, since it is taxpayers' hard-earned dollars that has been invested into Gaisuko year after year, and whether the restructuring of Gaisuko, the sugar industry, would be completed by 2025?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I just stated, I highlighted all the works that will be done with the $1.5 billion. And as I said, there will be more works to be done. I disaggregated and put costs so that the $1.5 billion could be used here. And I promised to lay it over to Mr. Ramjitan and his colleague, honorable member. They will see. And this will be a continuous process. And I want to reiterate the point that the money that Gaisuko is collecting is coming out from the bond too, that the honorable minister, senior minister in the office of the president mentioned.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, finally,
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
While I do understand what the honorable member is saying, if there is a proper plan, he must know the percentage of work that is estimated to be completed with the $1.5 billion.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, you asked that twice. The minister preferred an answer twice. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my simple question to the minister is, if his government will return to this National Assembly for more monies again after we approve these monies, because in 2020 we had, I believe it was $4 billion, then you had a supplemental just after the 2020
And
budget.
Mr. Holder, I think somebody summarized how much money earlier in their
so the
question.
question is,
Honorable Minister,
will you be coming
are you
back?
going to return for more money?
Mr. Chair, I can't say that now. As I said, we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question.
Mr. Speaker,
That item 2,
Mr. Speaker,
Agency
Current Chairman,
21-212, Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Support Services, that the sum stated now form part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now turn your attention to item number 3, Agency Code 31-312, Ministry of Public Works, and I propose the question that the sum stated under this head, and I'll take all 3 of the chart of accounts at the same time, stands part of the estimates. I propose the question. And I put the question that Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, so I'm talking on, there is a allocation for, there's an allocation for Demerara Harbor Bridge. Can the honorable member disaggregate this 633 million?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honorable member for the question. Mr. Chair, you may recall that I made a public disclosure, and I wish to do so now, again in the National Assembly, that when we were sworn into office, one of the first discoveries that we made was that the Demerara Harbor Bridge was in a state of disrepair and demanded an emergency intervention. Added to that, evidence was provided by way of correspondences that the then minister was written to. The then minister was written to, making him aware of what needs to be done, but nothing was done. The monies that are sought here is to effect the much needed repairs on span 9 and span 10 of the Demerara Harbor Bridge. Span 9 and span 10 are the two retractor spans. They have a number of damages and breakages. The whole country is aware that we have made a policy decision that we are not allowing trucks or vehicles weighing or carrying more than 18 tons to cross the Demerara Harbor Bridge. The interventions that we've had to make have actually narrowed the span because we've had to insert a pontoon to prop up span 9. The monies sought here are the additional sums that will be added from the 850 that was allocated during the national budget process. 650 of that went towards repairs of span 9 and span 10. And when we went out to bid, the contract came in at approximately just over $1.2 billion. So the $623 million is to make up for the shortfall for a contract that has been awarded so we could save the bridge while we bring in the new high-span 4-lane concrete bridge that is to be built. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you for that long explanation. Can the Honorable Member say so what amount was attributed? I mean, I heard all you talk about span 9 and span 10, but the bridge was never broken under our administration, ever. However, sir, Mr. Chairman, the reduction of weight on the bridge was due to an accident under this honorable member's stewardship. So can the honorable member say what additional sums were required due to that accident that was happened under your stewardship, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot take responsibility for the lack of knowledge on the part of the honorable member asking the question. Neither can I take responsibility for an unwillingness to embrace truth on the part of the honorable member asking the question. What I can take responsibility for are what are the facts. There was an accident on the bridge at the high span where the barges pass underneath at the high span. That damage was repaired, and the company that caused the damage paid in full for the repairs, thanks to the intervention of the Minister of Public Works. Unlike what happened under the gentleman who's asking the questions, watch. Damages occurred and there is litigation that is ongoing up until now, not settled. These monies have nothing to do with damages of the high span. That is already paid for, repairs effected and paid for by the company that caused the damage. This is for the neglect and the state of disrepair that span 9 and span 10 was left in, even though the general manager wrote to the honorable member who was then the minister and he neglected to act. We inherited this situation and we are fixing it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Obviously, if you accept reduced costs for the damages, you would always settle. That is the reason why Under our administration, sir, the full cost had to be borne by the damagers. Sir, can I ask the honorable member who said that was now $1.2 billion, how come that they so grossly underestimated the cost of works by almost 100%, sir? If they have no bills on those things like that.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. For the first part, I would like to indicate to the honorable member, since this is going on public record, no cost of damages were underestimated or underpaid. The full amount for the repairs of the high span that was caused by the barge that was moving bauxite from Forest Bauxite was paid in full. The cost of the repairs, including what it cost the bridge during the period of time when we opened for free-flowing traffic, where nobody paid tolls to ease the congestion because of that incident in the afternoon. All of that was factored into, and all of that was paid. So there was no underhand settlement. It was a straightforward, negotiated position with all the facts and figures on the table, as the way the PBPC always do business. Secondly, we did not underestimate the cost of the repairs of Span 9 and Span 10. The intent was that we wanted this to be a multi-year project. So $850 was provided in budget 2021. $650 was to go for phase 1 of the repairs, and we were hoping to have phase 2 in 2022. But because of the erosion and the rate of damage, you cannot wait for that whole period. And what we have to do, Mr. Chairman, is that you will have to, at a time, take out the entire span and replace it. The span is being fabricated off-site. Then you have to bring it to site. You have to close the bridge for a particular period and install segment by segment. But Mr. Chair, if you think this is bad, I have just received a report from the Demerara Harbor Bridge, where the second aspect of the neglect had to do with the anchorage. We have sent down the divers, and they have brought us the report. And since about 2009, there were some issues that had to be fixed, that were fixed. And over the last period, 2015 to 2020, again, information came to the then government that interventions needed to be made again to the anchorage system, and they did nothing. And the report that we're getting is that we might need another $412 million to fix that state of neglect. So, Mr. Chairman, I spoke during the budget debate, and I said, while we advance the nation's infrastructure and we are doing new things, we are burdened with having to fix as a result of neglect. And it has not only to do with the bridge. I'll expect Just for them to talk about roads, and I'll be able to bring to the knowledge of the National Assembly those issues as well, sir. It's not a case of underestimating. It's a place of planning, and we now have to fast track it and bring it forward. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Yes, thank you very much. Blight is the word. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned roads, so I just go quickly to miscellaneous roads.
I'm just checking back. You said thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Blight is the word. Is that referring to me?
Well, no, of course I'd never call you a blight, sir. I would use other more colorful adjectives.
So you want to withdraw that blighted comment?
Sir?
Would you withdraw the blight word?
I wasn't addressed to you, sir. Was not addressed to you, sir.
Well, I thought once the speaker is on the floor, they speak to the speaker.
Yes.
And if blight
Yes,
is
Mr. Speaker, I
introduced
would never
just
refer
after
to
the name of the speaker, one would expect. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, I
Go
would
ahead.
never refer to you as blight. Sir,
Thank you
there ought
very
to be words, maybe, but not blight, sir.
Thank you
Blessed.
very much, sir.
Blight. Should I withdraw that as well, sir? Anyway, miscellaneous roads, sir. The honorable member, Mr. Chair, I'm moving to that. Sir, of the 1st of June 2021, sir, the Ministry of Public Works have only expended 24% of the $7.9 billion there, which means that they have a balance of $6 billion, sir. At this rate of disbursement, why is the Ministry of Public Works, the ministry, coming for these additional sums? 24%, sir. They've only spent $1.9 billion of the 1st of June 2021.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member is being selective in how we quote figures. Number one, the total budget for the Ministry of Public Works is not $77 billion. Oh, well, I don't understand your I have to try to decipher your mumbling, so, yes.
You want to repeat for the honorable minister, honorable member? Honorable minister, one second.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, because obviously I said I went on to miscellaneous roads, which is line item 1404100 on this supplementary paper. And I said, as of the 1st of June 2021, under this line item in the budget, 2021 budget, which is $7.94 billion, the Ministry of Public Works has only expended 24%, which equates to $1.906 billion, which leaves a balance of $6 billion. So I repeat the question. At this rate of disbursement, which shows, right, why is the Ministry of Public Works coming for these additional sums?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Public Works, as it approached its implementation program, as it relates to roads in 2021, took considerable time and care engaging all the NDCs, regional democratic councils, their engineers, as well as overseers and superintendents of work, and they have gone through the entire country, village by village, region by region, and we have developed what is called, now known as the Road Bible. Hundreds of roads that could indicate to you status, condition, cost, based upon the allocations that were made in budget 2021, the criteria that was used to determine what you fix first and what you fix second and what you fix third in a non-discriminatory manner was applied. As of the 1st of June, more than 105 roads were advertised, awarded, and some are at evaluation stage to be awarded. The 23-point-something%, which is referred to by my colleague as 24%, was largely spent on payments for rollover projects. You know, we had a late budget in 2020, and in that budget, we went out with 176 roads, urban, miscellaneous, hinterland, and main access roads. In this current construct, we are going out with another 105 roads. So that 23% or 24% by 12th of July will significantly change because the mobilization advances plus first interim payment certificates will be paid. The monies that are being sought here for miscellaneous roads are to tend to some of the matters that we wanted to wait until you finish these. But because of what transpired and the phenomena that we're having where flooding is concerned, the damages are concerned, every Guyanese want their roads fixed. And I'm sure the honorable member and all members of the opposition are hearing that if they go out in the communities. The potholes, the roads, the drainage that is there. I am not responsible for your understanding of what is waste and what is not waste.
Sir, I never accused you of anything there, you know.
Mr. Chair, I apologize.
Said you're not responsible for my misunderstanding.
Sorry, I wasn't referring to my apologies. Mr. Chair, so what we are seeking to do here is that we have a main program of which we are implementing. And may I say, sir, even the monies that are sought are not enough to answer the needs of the people of Guyana where their roads are concerned. Let me tell you what we are basically doing at this time. We are trying to ensure that every road that is a main access in a village is fixed. Roads that leads to schools, temples, health centers, community grounds, places where multitudes of people have to use as the first priority. Secondly, we are seeking to ensure that roads that were never fixed, roads that were neglected and they weren't maintained, to be addressed. And sir, that is where we are. So even with what we're asking for here, I can guarantee you that should there be fiscal space and additional sums become available with the implementation program of the Ministry of Public Works and to satisfy the demands of the citizens of Guyana, we may very well ask this National Assembly to make provisions for more monies to fix more roads in more communities to satisfy the needs of the Guyanese people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, sir. I mean, after that long explanation, you never answered the question. I'm sure you noticed, sir. 24% implementation, sir. Or I'll ask another question, sir. Of the 1st of June, 2021, sir, 38% of the procurement has been completed. 38%. So therefore, what new measures what new measures are the ministry going to be employed? Sir, I mean coming to disperse this additional sum, sir. If this is approved, obviously it will be because they have the numbers, sir. It's $6 billion plus this additional sum here. Yes, sir, 900, sir, almost $7 billion, sir, and they are at the percentage is there.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think the honorable member is engaging in hearsay gathering of information. As the Minister of Public Works, I can tell you our procurement process is way beyond 53%. And just to give notice to this House, sir, last year, the implementation of the Ministry of Public Works at the end of the year, without having to offer contracts on the 31st of December, as was the practice before, our implementation was 97+%. In a short budget, So where we are right now, there was some delay because of that assessment that was being done countrywide. And the honorable members should know it takes time to design, cost, and all the rest of it. So he would have seen the advertising in the newspapers for dozens of roads at a time, and that process is advancing. Contracts are going to be signed. Contractors are being engaged. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on this, in case they are concerned about the implementation, one of the reasons why our implementation rate was 97%, we broke the practice of giving work to selected people, and we opened up the avenue for new and other young contractors to come in and to grow. So we have greater capacity on the ground, more people working, more people getting involved, and we are getting development coming at a faster rate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sir, he has some catching up to do, because the Ministry of Public Infrastructure was then, sir, was at 98, 99, and in 2000. The records will show, sir, I can challenge, he can challenge me or whatever, sir, but that is it, even, and that was completed, and we never had to resort to what he had to do, sir. Sir, back to the supplementary here, sir. $947 million. Yeah, sir, I hope you're listening, but it doesn't matter. Sir, can the minister disaggregate this sum and we start here?
Honorable Minister.
The honorable member would like to know, I guess when he said disaggregate, the sum, where roads will be built and at what cost and all the rest of it. Is that the question he's been asked?
Honorable Minister.
Because I could disaggregate by telling him that roads would be built in Region 2, and these would be primary roads coming up to $80 million. In Region 3, we'll be expending $457 million. In Region 4, $360 million. And I need to say, sir, this is just on miscellaneous roads, because in Region 4, we'll be doing all the connector roads along the corridor where the new highway has just been completed with the savings that we are getting from that loan, with additional monies that have been put in from the government of Guyana. So in case they want to question the disparity of Region 3 and 4, it's because it's not that there's less roads being done, but it's because it's being funded from another area. In Region 5, sorry, in Region 6, 50 million. So that is the breakdown, sir. Regions 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, thank you very much, and thank you for the big shout out at all the road projects that had savings that you can now utilize, which shows prudent management, sir, as opposed to what is happening here. Will the Honorable Minister, he could either call it out or lay it over, sir. She's given us the total for 3, 4, and 6. Can he lay it over, or if he prefers, call it out?
Honorable Minister, you prefer to lay it over?
Mr. Chair, I'm aware that it's a late hour, and that is why I've been trying to move along my answers. We have other business to take care of tonight. I laid over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Right, sir. Moving on to public and main roads, sir. At the 1st of January, 1st of June, 2021, sir. Disbursement, the percentage is 14. $52 million, well, 14% of what is budgeted, sir. So my same question that I've asked before, this rate of disbursement, why is the ministry coming for these additional sums?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, again, I don't know where the minister is getting his figures from. I don't know what's the source of his information, but you just can't come here and call numbers. Mr. Chairman, everybody in Guyana knows that Black Bush Polder, the roads are in bad shape. In 2020, excuse me, we did 80 million. So that was only to allow for sectional repairs. In 2021, we did 60 million. Those contracts have been executed. With this flooding and the damages that are now to the Black Bush Polder Road, we are attempting to do 4,000 meters, not even the entire road, 4,000 meters. The Honorable Mr. Patterson knows that it takes about $60 million to do a kilometer of asphalte concrete. He knows that. So in Black Bush Polder, we are proposing to do 4,000 kilometers, which will be about 360 million. The Burma Road, everybody know on the news, Burma is in bad shape. As a matter of fact, some members of the opposition will prefer for that road to remain bad so that they could show it at videos to agitate. We prefer to fix it. So for Burma Road, we'll be doing about 4,000 meters and we'll be spending about $333 million estimated to do that. That's Region 5, yes. We were talking about miscellaneous roads. We're now dealing with main access roads. They don't know the difference. Mr. Chairman, Canal number 1 and Canal number 2, every member of this House knows what's going on in there. And we will be doing 3,000 meters in Canal number 1, 180 million, and another 3,000 meters in Canal number 2, 180 million, a total of 1 billion and 53 million estimated for main access roads, and that's what we're asking for.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, I noticed the Honorable Member omitted to enlighten this House, sir, at 14% implementation, right? At 14% implementation, how is it that he's now going to, and that's and we're midway in the year, sir, how is it he's going to spend 3 times that amount in, as requested in this supplementary? Sir, that was the question. You omitted to respond to that.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I think I already indicated that I cannot accept Mr. Patterson's numbers because they are not coming from the source where they should be coming from.
Thank you,
He is being misled.
Thank you.
I am indicating to you, sir, that we have a $60 million project for Black Bush Polder, which is already awarded, completed, almost completed. We've had to go with emergency works to do extra works. Implementation on that road is way advanced. The Burma project is ongoing. but it is not sufficient to deal with the issues that are there. So to decry implementation rate as it relates to this program, sir, it is unfortunate that someone whose implementation rate was questioned yearly in the parliament with a PSIP of about 60% is coming here to blame us for 40% when we have gone way beyond that and we're getting goods and services to the people of Guyana. And I will just say to the honorable member, sir, watch and see how the work will be done, because contractors know they have to deliver. Every contractor that is engaged with the Ministry of Public Works, they have already understood the script. If you don't finish one, you can't get the next one. If you don't deliver, don't even attempt, because we're not parking up work for people, and we're not lining up work for people. The field is open, or Mr. Patterson might want to think about it. The sky is too big for two birds to collide. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable
Chairman,
Minister.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member said that he would not accept my numbers. Will the honorable member inform this House, you are the source. Can you inform this House what are the correct numbers, sir, for the miscellaneous roads, urban roads, and main access roads? What is the correct implementation road? Can you
Honorable
inform this House?
Minister? Mr. Chairman, I will ensure I send that document to the Parliament, and I'll publish it all Guyana to see within a matter of 72 hours. I will publish it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Mr. Chair, congratulations, and I reckon that we will get a bit more, I would have a bit more flexibility with the eminent chair, such as yourself.
Time is limited, Honorable Member. Get on with it.
Mr. Chair, with relation to the miscellaneous roads and drainage, the honorable member indicated, the legend says, upgrade of roads and drains in various communities, and he listed only roads. Can the honorable member, we're talking about miscellaneous roads and drainage, can the honorable member indicate what drainage works is catered for in this line item 1404-100?
You're on the line. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I am aware that the member who's asking the question functioned at one time as a minister that was responsible for this sector. The issue of drains that accompany roads are factored in the design, and every contract, based upon what are the needs to facilitate the road and to drain the road, drainage is a part of that component. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I now wish to put the question that the sums identified for this program, 1404100, now stand part of our estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Item number 4, Agency Code 44-444, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. Honorable Minister. I propose the question that the sums allocated under chart of account 4506400 stands part of the estimate. Honorable Member Bureau.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, Comrade Chair. And I'm confident that we'll have some form of partiality. Can the Honorable Minister inform the House what percentage of the voted sum of 186 million is already expended as of today?
Honorable Minister.
On this particular item, which is for ground enhancements, which is what I am here to answer on, all of the sums have been allocated for the various regions, and you would have heard an extensive explanation a few days ago, of which a aggressive ground assessment and community assessment has been led by His Excellency the President and also my cabinet colleagues who are going into communities on an almost daily basis. And as a result of that community ground assessment, many times where those meetings are held, you would find that our assessment, our opinion, was the neglect, the total neglect by the AP and UAFC for those community grounds. It is as a result of that determination that the President and the Cabinet has decided that we will allocate a larger sum for community ground enhancement, for which this specific allocation is for. As it relates to the entire PSIP and capital program, that information I do not have at the moment, but I can provide that information at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Can the Minister, by region, and more specifically Region 10 for the House, I don't mind if you lay over the others, name the grounds in the region that have been identified for upgrading purposes?
Region 10, the sum of $10 million has been allocated. The ground has not been identified yet. The ground will be identified with the regional representatives, which includes the regional, which includes the regional representatives on the RDC.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Honorable
Chair,
Member.
I just asked the Minister what percentage of the allocation was expended, and he said all. Now we are hearing 10 million is supposed to be allocated to a phantom ground in Region 10, and we don't know which ground it is. So if you are awarding or you intend to make an allocation of $10 million to the region, one would hope, Mr. Minister, that you would have an idea of which ground supposed to get this $10 million. And I say so, Mr. Chairman, because I asked in the last Parliament, the Minister, how is it that he determined $10 million was to be allocated to a specific ground, and he doesn't have in his head what are the needs for these grounds to be upgraded?
As a result of the decision made by the President and the Cabinet about allocating larger sums for community grounds, that sum that had been originally allocated as part of our budget has been exhausted. Hence the reason why we've come in for additional money. But because we have to get to every region, this is the reason why we've come for this sum. And if you've asked me for specifically Region 10, it is this sum for the region of number 10. As I said, the specific ground has to be identified, where when we send the warrant with the sum, once it's approved, it is sent with the details. Having said all of that, we have visited a number of grounds on many of the outreaches that we've had in Region 10. In fact, one of which was a cabinet outreach. There were grounds there that we have already assisted. There have been grounds there that we've already assisted because the bush, this is the ground opposite the school. What's the name of the ground opposite the school? The bottom line is that because there are options there, when we go to our next visit to Region 10, when we meet with the regional officers there, we will be able to identify the ground where we will spend the money, and you can make recommendations as well.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is evident that the minister is unclear which ground in Region 10 he intends to spend 10 million. But since he would have done some form of upgrading utilizing 10 million in the other regions, could he indicate to this House what are some of the upgrading features that complemented the works in any of the grounds that $10 million was spent?
That work is going to be done through the region, not the ministry that does it. So when we send the money over to the region is the one that does the assessment for the works to be done, and they provide the bills of quantities, as well as go through the procurement process within the region. That is how the process works.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Minister, you said to this House, you visited the grounds, and in your observation based on your visitation, one would assume that you would be au fait with some of the developmental works that the grounds should have in order to upgrade it. So inform this House, after you would have visited, what are some of the developmental works to upgrade these facilities that required $10 million unilateral?
Yeah, so all of the grounds will require different things. However, so every single region has an assessment of all of the grounds within their region. And as for every ground, they will have different needs. Some grounds they're faced with flooding, drainage, fence issues, their pavilion needs to be redone, their external washrooms need to be done, their driveway, they need lights. A number of those things form as part of their assessment, which is collected within the Regional Democratic Council. So as a result of their own assessment, that is when we send the money based on that and their internal procurement process and their bills of quantities, which is provided by their technical officers. That is how the money is allocated and the work's being done.
So, Mr. Minister, am I to conclude that as the minister with responsibility for the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, you don't have a vision of what you would like to see for the development and the upgrading of these grounds? You leave it independently for the regions to do it? That is what I would like to do.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think it's a good time to put the question.
No, sir, I have a lot of other questions. Respectfully, sir.
Move
the
on,
minister has
with
not
it,
yet
Honorable
answered
Member.
the question I asked.
This is a very strange situation when the honorable member who is asking a question is allowed to make a determination based on vision. But what I can answer by saying is that the Guyanese people determined that the APNU AFC does not have a vision, and that's why they voted them out of power and they voted us in.
Yes.
Honorable Member, can we move it along? If you have a question, can you put it so that we can get going?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would appreciate if the minister answers the question so I can move on.
Would you care to repeat the question, please?
I'm asking the minister, based on what he told the House, that the region comes up with a plan for the upgrading of this facility. Is this regional inputs in the ground guided by a vision, a national vision for the development of youth, sports, and culture from the minister of this ministry? Is it guided specifically by you or your team at the ministry?
Thank you, Minister.
The ministry has a vision for the entire Department of Culture, Youth, and Sport. Ground enhancement is just an element of the overall program that falls into the allocation of resources. However, ground enhancement, the line is called ground enhancement. It forms part of what communities do for their community grounds, which includes playing of sports. But it's not only for the playing of sports. It is a community ground for which all kinds of activities occur there, which in social activities, it's used for training, all of the pavilions, etc. They're all used for different purposes, which includes, some of them are being used for medical purposes at times. So it's a community ground enhancement program.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am flabbergasted that the minister has a jaundiced view for the national development of his ministry on a regional platform. How does your vision coincide with the RDC or the Mayan Town Council or the NDCs across this country that has community grounds? What is the holistic developmental plan that augments your vision as the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport?
I'm answering on community enhancement grounds. I'm not answering on the overall vision for the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. I've explained that during my budget presentation and during the questioning, and I've continued to do that through the media, and I will do that again next year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Mr. Speaker, I ask these questions because one, the minister has never debated anything with respect to his ministry since he became minister after 2 budgets. And he has politicized every aspect of what his responsibility is for the ministry to evade answering pertinent questions for his ministry. So, Mr. Chairman, can the minister stay therefore with this $10 million that is to be allocated for the upgrading of all grounds? Will there be public consultations with the residents of the identified grounds? Or you make the determination and then the residents have this part of the consultation to say what it is that they would like to see be a feature in this enhancement of the community grounds?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Go ahead.
The Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, which is just a ministry within the government of Guyana, as an example, but across all of the ministries in this country, we have had the most consultative process that this country has ever seen. In fact, that process is ongoing at all times. In fact, every single time that the minister is going to a specific location for the purposes of community grounds, he makes a public notice and invites everyone to that location so that they can have their say. So the answer is, we have been the most consultative government this country has ever seen, and we will continue to be the most consultative government that this country will ever see.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I think Mr. Jones is trying to get our attention, so we'll afford him that opportunity now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, could the Honourable Minister inform this House what is the role of the National Sports Commission in the ground enhancement?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
The National Sports Commission does not have a role in ground enhancement.
Thank you. Honourable members, I think now is a good time to put the question.
Follow-up
question, Mr.
Follow-up question, Comrade Chair. You acknowledge me, Comrade Chairman?
Mr. Jones, go ahead with your follow-up.
Yeah, follow-up question. Could the Honourable Minister inform this House the line item ground enhancement, under which agency or entity or department does that come under, please?
Yes, it comes under our sport program as separate and apart from the National Sports Commission.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
One more follow-up again, Comrade Chairman. So is the Honorable Minister saying that the allocations which were made in the 2021 budget, ground enhancement, which falls under the National Sports Commission lump sum, that this money being sought doesn't go there?
So I've answered the question already that the National Sports Commission has no involvement in our ground enhancement program. It falls under the program of sport. The National Sports Commission, I don't know why I have to teach you this. The National, go and read your budget. The National Sports Commission is a subvention agency. I don't know what used to occur before, but it is a subvention agency. We have a program called sport, of which you have current and you have capital. Ground enhancement falls under your capital part of your sport program.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we'll take one last question.
Crave your indulgence for one more question.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Can the Minister inform this House of all of the $10 million for each respective grounds that will be the beneficiary of this allocation? Will those monies be warranted to the NDCs where these grounds are located? Will they be allocated to the mayor and town councils if it falls within the remit of the township? Or will it be warranted to the RDCs of some respective regions?
RDCs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum of $75,600,000 allocated under chart of account 6506400 for. Honorable members, we cannot continue like this for the whole night. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Minister spoke last Thursday about equity. Can the Minister tell us what mechanism was used to determine that $10 million satisfy the criteria for equitable distribution of resources per ground?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I had answered that question last week and I don't intend to revisit it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that $75,600,000
Mr. Chair,
form part of the estimate on the chart account 4506400. Those in favor, say aye. Those against? Thank you very much. Honorable members, under the previous item with Minister of Public Works, there were 3 chart of accounts, and I put 1. So I crave your indulgence to put chart of accounts 1101100, representing the sum of $623,209,015. And I now put the question that this sum forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Secondly, I put under chart of accounts 1404900 that the sum of $1,053,000,000 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We're moving on now to item number 5, agency code number 45-452, Ministry of Housing and Water and Housing Development, chart of accounts 1903100, and I propose that the sum of $2,838,000,000 form part of the estimate. Honorable Minister of Housing and Water. Honorable members, I would like to propose that we follow the format that the speaker had outlined before, and there are 3 chart of accounts under, sorry, we'll proceed as it is with this one. 4 Agency Code 45452, chart of accounts 1903011, 00, sorry. Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the honorable member state for this House what percentage of works have been completed thus far from the previous voted provision of $6 billion Guyana dollars?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as for there are various contracts that are ongoing, and so I'll give the percentage of each, and they are all ongoing and all in progress. So the 4-lane road, access road, that is from Eccles to Mandela, 5%. For Cornelia Ida, Edinburgh, Anna Katrina, 5%, and some of the lots 15%. Metamerzorg, 15%. Monrepo, 50%. Annandale, 15%. LBI, 15%. Commons Lodge, ongoing, varies between 20, 15, and 10%. Great Diamond varies between 15, 20, 25, and 5%. Little Diamond, 25%. Prospect, 10% and 15%. Providence, 90%. Experiment, 15%. Williamsburg and Hampshire, 10 and 35% respectively. 75 Village, 30%. Ordnance Portlands, 10%.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under this very line item, can the honorable member state the sums now being proposed, which is 2 billion and change, whether these sums will be used for the very areas that he is just not so long called out?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you have another question?
Pardon?
You have another question?
Mr. Chairman.
Somebody's trying to.
Go ahead.
I don't mind yielding to whomever is trying to come in.
Well, I don't see anyone trying to come in.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think it's someone online, one of my colleagues.
Is there?
Good.
Yeah, so, yeah, if you have a question, go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. In the remarks, legend, Honorable Member, you refer to new and existing housing schemes. So can you identify for the House the new housing schemes and what percentage, or you can give a disaggregated or from the 2 billion that will go towards the new housing scheme?
Mr. Chairman, the 2.8 billion being asked at this time is part of the cost that will go towards the ongoing contracts that we've signed to the tune of $14.3 billion. And all of the areas are for new opening. So some would have commenced last year on the last emergency budget and continued into this year, and the others are for the opening of new lands for allocations that have been made, including allocations that were made during the APNU period.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now...
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm hearing Mr. Chairman. We have somebody online who is trying to ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I recognized?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I recognize Minister related to areas of Regions 3, Region 4. And my question is, the sums now requested, how much of that percentage will be used to further develop those housing areas in region number 4? If I may place specific emphasis on Cummings Lodge, Trask Bay, Vigilance, and other areas on East Bank.
Before I ask the minister to answer, can you identify yourself, please?
MP Philadelphia, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the sums that are allocated for the monies that are requested are for all of those 18 areas that honorable member colleague asked about in the last question that we had to respond. We provided a list of all those areas, and it is for all of those areas.
Honorable members,
I can go through them again if you would like, but it's repeating.
Honorable members, I now put... Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this government boasted about...
Sorry, I have a question. Can you put it, please?
Yes, it's a question.
Go ahead.
I want the minister to understand where I'm coming from. They've boasted about giving out 350 house lots in Region 2, some are under naming and some in charity. It is my understanding that persons have paid an initial sum and they were given by year-end to pay the final amount. However, the lands were not developed. It is my understanding that on the naming phase, those lands are under heavy forest cover. In charity, it's a different story. So my question is,
thank you.
Is there any provision in this amount to deal with preparation of those lands or the infrastructure, as these people claims?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it's interesting that the honorable member is asking a question like that. All he needs to do is consult the former minister right in front of him, and he will understand how it works. All of these areas for which we have ongoing works are for allocations that have been done in order to maintain and to consistently meet our manifesto target of a minimum of 10,000 per year. And in relation to region number 2, by the way, it's not 350, it's 350 on the naming, and we will be in region number 2 next week on the 25th to allocate 350 in charity, an area that will be familiar to you, to where you had your funeral service.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put that the sum of $2,838,000,000 on the chart of accounts 1903100 stands part of our estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The amount of $2,838,000,000 now stand part of our estimate. Agency Code 45453, Ministry of Housing and Water, Chart of account 2802200 coastal water supply. I propose that the sum of $683,500,000 form part of our estimate. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chairman, under the very same line item, provision of additional resources to facilitate the upgrading and expansion of water supply systems in underserved and unserved areas. Could the honorable member state the nature of upgrades and expansion works that is to be done to the water supply system in these underserved and unserved areas?
Honorable Minister.
Installation of 4-inch distribution mains at Yarracabra and Grandson at Soosdijk. Extension of distribution networks at La Harmony, Names, Seaview, and Bell West. Installation of 4-inch and 6-inch distribution mains at Vrizela, Success, Montrose, Felicity, Bachelor's Adventure. Installation of 4-inch distribution mains in Region 6 at Alnis, Crabbit Creek, number 65, number 59. Drilling of wells and construction of distribution networks with photovoltaic systems at Swan, Dora, Kurukuru, Kairuni, Long Creek, Low Creek, Moblissa. And for St. Cuthbert, we will be expanding the distribution network there. Installation of 4-inch distribution mains at Big Baibu, Huntley, Good Faith. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 8, number 11, number 28, number 29, number 30. Upgrade of water supply infrastructure projects at Morakabai, Region 5, and Kumaka Mines, Region 10. These are the broad outline.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the honorable member state how much first-time customers will be served from the expansion and upgrade projects?
Honorable Minister.
At Yarracabra and Grandson, 2,000. La Harmony, Names, Seaview, and Bell West, 2,000. Vrizela, Success, Montrose, Felicity, Bachelor's Adventure, 2,000. Alnis, Crabbit Creek, number 65, number 59, another 2,000. Swan, Dora, Kurukuru, Kairuni, Long Creek, Low Creek, Moblissa, another 1,800. Baibu, Huntley, Big Baibu that is, Huntley, Good Faith, number 2, number 3, number 4, 8, 11, 28, 29, and 30, another 2,000. And Morakabai, 6,000. Over 18,800.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, while I don't want to say to the Honorable Minister he's been untruthful in whatever is being said, I want to ask the question, is Morakabai population more than 2,000? The population of Morakabai.
Honorable Minister, do you have that answer?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, when you combine Morakabai with the Kumaka Mines, we're talking that to 6,000. You see, if you ask all your questions, I can give you your answers in a package, but if you are asking me in piecemeal, then I'll just repeat the areas for you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the honorable member state the method by which these upgrade and expansion works would be done, since GWI just recently fired 300 workers?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the works, some will be done through internal method and the rest through procurement.
I didn't get the last part.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Procurement and through the internal staffing.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the honorable member state whether GWI now has the capacity to execute these works since it is burdened with a shortage of staff, as I would want to put it?
Honorable Minister.
This is the only time I will go outside of the line of questioning. GWI does not have shortage of staff. In fact, the assessment is very simple. The math is very simple. In 5 years, there was addition of 700 new staff, 600 to 1,300. The amount of staff within the next 2 months, for which the severance benefits will be paid, is over 185 staff, not 300. The others that you refer to are persons who were not renewed or by attrition.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Could the honorable member state whether GWI would be able to service the various expansion distribution networks at present?
Yes, they have the ability.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, could the honorable member say whether provision is made in the upgrade of water supply sum for the improvement of water quality, and what are the measures to be taken to improve the water quality to customers across the country?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the requested 683, in addition to all that I mentioned a few minutes ago, also includes another 35 million for the connection materials for over 5,200 customers, and these would include the galvanized pipes, the stop corks, the male and female adapters, the poly hose, and I could go on and on. It also includes an additional 30 million for the well at Parika Back, a new well for Luziknan, an additional 10 million for completion of the, and you want to know about water quality, for the Sophia and the Echoes water treatment plants, which includes the reactivation of 2 tanks, for which left idle at the back of Sophia for 5 years, as well, that was the huge storage tanks, as well as the reactivation of a well at Sophia. Including in this 683 would be another 29 million for the expansion, current expansion on the East Bank, for Covent Garden, Grove, Friendship, and over the West Coast for Virgin Ocean. And that, Mr. Chairman, would complete, by and large, the 683 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
And since the Honorable Member is asking about treatment, we will implement the water sector enhancement project, a project that lingered for over 5 years, which will include first of all, catering for Walton Hall to charity. That's in Region 2. Leg 1 and Wakenham for Region 3. Tain to number 15, Region 6. Region 5 will be from number 7 to Brahan, which will include Weldon, Onfuwak, number 7, Bushlap. These are catered to work to ensure that we start the process of achieving our target of treated water to the entire coastland within these first 5 years to a minimum of 90% on the coastline. As it is now, it is only about 52 to 55%.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. But could you just clarify, you said in Region 5 from number 7 to which village?
Honorable Minister.
Brahan.
Go that again?
B-R-A-H-A-N.
Bran. Correct. Thank you very much. Just for clarity's sake, and you mentioned that Weldon would also be served in that district? Or from those upgrade works?
Correct.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, if I know...
Member, Mr.
Yes,
Jordan.
if I know Region 5 well, that cannot be served from that district because that is way off from that location that you just mentioned. Anyhow, nevertheless, sir, could the honorable member state what is the reason or reasons for the reduction of water service that is pumping hours in sections of Georgetown, East Coast, Demerara, and other parts of the country, which is now receiving 12 hours or less water supply against 24-hour service prior to August 2nd, 2020.
Honorable Minister.
Can the honorable member relate the question to a line item?
Honorable Member.
Underserved and unserved.
Mr. Chairman, I've already identified the requested expenditure for what it is intended.
Thank you. Honorable members, I think this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker, during the course of the weekend, I had the pleasure of visiting Angois Avenue. The question is coming. Now, the main complaint there, this is serious. The main complaint there, or one of the main complaints, are that they are not getting proper water supply. The residents there said that during the last 5 years, they are getting good water pressure way up in their homes. Now, all of a sudden, the water is like dripping. I'm speaking honestly what I heard. So I'm asking if there's any provision in the sums here to rectify that situation for the people of Angois Avenue.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the areas for which we will be expending this allocation has already been mentioned.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for item number 5, Agency 45-453, Code 2802200, stands part of these estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for item 5, Agency Code 45-453, Chart of Account 2802600, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Member state where the upgrade works to the transmission network is to be completed?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, an additional 53 million for the ongoing Decision Road project, that is from Shelter Belt to Lamaha Street. An additional 174 million for the Church Street to Cummings Lodge, and Cummings Street, but this is strictly for the procurement of the pipes. An additional 12 million for Cemetery Road to Mandela. 35 million for works done in collaboration with Public Works on the Mandela itself, because GWI, you would recognize we had to relocate some of the pipes, so the connections, they had to get new connections. An additional 28 million for electromechanical equipment to service, to replace a number of the motors in the system, to provide new motors. These in terms of the submersible pumps as well as the well masters. An additional 10 million for the completion for the new water treatment plant, the intake, the raw water intake at the Bartica end. That's to complete the work there. That's an ongoing contract. And so, Mr. Chairman, that will represent the 273 million now being set.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the honorable member state what is the approximate length or the distance for the various transmission networks, and which contractor will be conducting these works?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the St. John Road one, that is from Shelter Belt to Lamaha Street, that is ongoing. And the honorable member can probably calculate the distance from how far Shelter Belt is to Lamaha Street. The Bartica project, that has a contractor that is working. For the Church Street project, that is from to Cummings Street. That is for procurement of pipes. That has no contractor because the procurement process has to take place on Church Street from Shelter Belt to Cummings Street. That's the Forest Street. The Cemetery Road to Mandela, similar to the Church Street project, and all the others that I've mentioned, they has to have the procurement for the tender. There are only 2 of those that has ongoing contracts that I've mentioned.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I to conclude that these projects were conceptualized and they are at the point of being executed, and the engineer estimates or documents the procurement process has no record as to what is the length of the project to be completed in order to come up with a cost?
If the honorable member would like,
honorable member, you may take a seat. Minister, honorable.
If the honorable member would like, he can simply use the process that his colleague has been using of asking the questions and submit a number of the written questions, which I can give you in details. Every dimension, every pipe dimension, every kilometer, I can give you the details. That is not an issue.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for item 5, Agency Code 45-453, Chart of Account 2802600. The sum stated, I put the question, now forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, let me turn your attention to item number 6. Agency Code 47-473, Ministry of Health, Family and Primary Health Care Services, Chart of Account 6221, Honorable Minister of Health. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this line item forms part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's a two-part question. I know the vaccine would have dealt with, we would have spoken at nausea this morning, earlier in the day, but I just want to do 6221, drugs and medical supplies, other than vaccines. Mr. Chair, as you know, could the Honorable Minister tell us that apart from the vaccines, we know that COVID is still with us, and that's a reality. Our ports are still open. Of course, we have porous borders. And woe to God if we would have gotten variants of interest, let alone variants of concern. And be that as it may, are we able to would we have enough ventilators or oxygen, not only in the urban areas, but also in the other regions to adequately assist persons who would have been in the state of oxygen depletion and dyspnea, and I don't want to go into the medical terms, but would we be adequately have adequate supplies of ventilators or oxygen to adequately treat our patients?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This specific line item deals actually with procurement. This is another area where we have set aside monies to buy vaccines. And you would have heard me mention earlier that we are also procuring vaccines through the CARICOM African Union mechanism. And we have allocated $341 million under this heading to be able to procure those vaccines. We've also allocated approximately $278 million to buy an additional 58,000 doses of Sputnik V vaccine. So if you add the two sum, you will get $619 million, and that is what this allocation is for. The member also asked particularly about ventilators, and I want to assure the member that at the Ocean View Hospital, we have ventilators for at least 25 patients, and we have set in motion to procure an additional 10 and 20 CPAP machines. Those should be arriving within the next 2 weeks to augment what we have at Ocean View. In addition to that, in every regional hospital, we have been able to add ventilators to those hospitals. And so every one of the regional hospitals at least have one, and in many cases have more than one ventilators.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for the Honorable Minister for giving us that information. So, in addition to what you have mentioned, we know that chronic disease take about 70% of our budget in health. And even though COVID is in the front burner, we don't want the gains that we have had in chronic diseases, diabetes, hypertension, and so forth to go down the drain. So we've heard of drug shortages across the regions. Would you say that we have adequate drugs for those for chronic diseases and the other non-COVID diseases? Do we have adequate amount to last us for the remaining of 2021?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the honorable member is referring to a totally different program because under the ministry we have 7 different programs, and the member is asking specifically about the chronic disease program, which is not one of those under consideration here. However, I want to assure the member that we have procured adequate supplies of medicines. We did a 4-month emergency supply, and we have recently concluded another 8-month supply, and we had put out a tender which is going to be evaluated by the tender board for an additional 14-month supply of medicines. So we have, as you would recall, we had a shortage of medicines. We had a lot of medicines that expired, and we are now replenishing that. The supply by the end of this month would be stabilized. So every chronic disease that you can think about, we would have at least those that are on the formulary to make sure that everyone can come to any one of the health centers and be able to get medicines.
Mr. Chair, just a supplemental question. I'm assuming that you...
But honorable member, could you just let me recognize you first before you engage in crosstalk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed.
Yes. I was just wondering, as a caution, if these contractors or suppliers are being paid up in front before the medicine arrives.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we do have contracts with the supplier, and upon delivery, they're paid based on the contract terms.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this provision is for the purchase of additional COVID-19 vaccines. The Honorable Minister stated that these were for Sputnik again. Could the Honorable Minister say how many doses of Sputnik are we buying here, and whether he can name the supplier of this vaccine?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, let me reinstate what I've just said, that we are buying 58,000 doses of Sputnik V, and the supply is the same. In addition to that, we are procuring 148,000 doses from the CARICOM African Union initiative, and that would cost us approximately $341 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I did not get the name of the supplier.
Honorable Minister.
It's the same one that we had before.
I didn't hear you.
Mr. Chairman, it's the same supplier, and that's Mr. Ahmed Dalmouk Al Makoun.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
One last question, sir. Could the Honorable Minister state what, if any, role was played in this transaction by Pierre Morten Hansen, if he's aware of that name, and whether that person had any role to play in the acquisition of vaccines for Guyana?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know who is that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put the question that the sum stated for item number 6, agency code 47-473, 6221, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now forms part of the estimates. We now go to the same item, agency code 47-474, the same chart of accounts 6221. And I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated, the Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker, I missed you. I'm just confirming that we're dealing with 47474.
47-474-6221.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question. Mr. Chair, from August 2nd to now, there has been a chronic drug shortage problem across this country. It's no secret. And so my question is, will this sum that is here be adequate enough to deal with that drug shortage that we are faced with? And have you exhausted the sums that were the 1.3 billion? Have you exhausted that sum? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to refresh the honorable member's memory that as far as we have on record, since 2017, that drugs and medical supplies were not procured. And therefore, that would have led to a shortage. So the shortage predated our arrival into government. And what compounded it was also that they had billions of dollars of expired drugs. And therefore, what we inherited was, I wouldn't say chronic, but most of the items that people require was not there. But to move on, Mr. Chair, this sum that is being sought is for the Georgetown Public Hospital, and they have exhausted, as far as I'm aware, the voted provision that was made. And they're going to be using 355 million of this sum to procure things like PPEs. They need hemodialysis supplies. They need X-ray plates, ophthalmology supplies. And so $355 million of this sum is going to be used for that. 570 million of this sum is projected to be used for the purchase of oncology drugs, especially for women with breast cancer and for persons who are suffering from things like non-Hodgkin's diseases. We also have within this projection to buy pharmaceuticals for those transplant patients that would require immune suppression. 70 million of this sum is also projected for emergency laboratory supplies, and another 330 million has been allocated for medical gas.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for item 6, Agency Code 47-474, Chart of Accounts 6221, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. The same item, the same agency, Code 47-474, Chart of Account 1216200. And I propose the question that the sum stated forms part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Minister tell us, when looking at the description of the project, they would have included payment of retention, completion of the polyclinic at Festival City, and upgrading of electrical system at Linden and Kokwani hospitals, provision of the Port Kaituma Hospital, the theaters at Skeldon and Shelton Hospitals, X-ray room laboratory at Shelton Hospital, extension of the Northeast Repentance Clinic and #1 dispensary, provision of shared building at handle unit and water distribution system and waste at Linden Hospital Complex, hot water distribution, provision for accident emergency department at Kokwani Hospital. Could you tell us if the various contracts, what percentage of the work have been completed? What percentage has been completed? Because the product, it's the remark says here, provision of additional resources to facilitate upgrading and expansion of the health facilities.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The percentage of work, I would have to get each one of those places that you have mentioned to give you what percentage we're at. But just to say, in addition to those, we have also been working at the Diamond Hospital, which has just been completed. An expenditure of close to $1 million US was done there. We are also working currently at the Lenora Hospital. That should be completed within the next 2 months. We are at Mabaruma Hospital. Again, an expenditure of close to $1 million US. That is expected to be completed in the next 3 months. We are also at Lethem Hospital. And again, approximately $1 million US would have been expended there. That should be completed within the next 2 months. And we are also working at the Paramakatoi Hospital. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have just concluded the arrangements with the Indian government. And so we will be starting shortly the putting up of the facility, the design, and then construction of the facility at West Demerara Hospital. That would be a project of about approximately $6 million US, inclusive of the design, and also approximately $6 million US for the Anna Regina Hospital, or the Saudi Hospital, and another $6 million for the Bartica Hospital. But the specific ones that you ask, I can get those percentages for you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for item 6, Agency Code 47-474, chart of account 1216200, forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now move to the same item, the same agency code, line item 2405600, and I propose a question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Project code 2405600. We're looking at provision of additional resources to facilitate the purchase of vehicle and ambulances. Could you give us the specs of this vehicle and the ambulance?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the $53 million being sought is for the provision of 3 additional ambulances at $15 million each, and a pickup that we estimate to be about $8 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members,
So could you give us the cost of each? You gave us the cost just now.
Yes,
the specs, you gave us the specs. You said.
Honorable Minister, the specs.
Mr. Chair, I can provide the specs to the honorable member. I don't have those details here with me.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, could the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell us where the 3 ambulances will be located and where the 1 other vehicle will be located?
Honorable Minister.
All 3 ambulances are going to be sent to Region 6, and the pickup is going to be used in the Blackbush Boulder area.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that item 6, Agency Code 47-474, line item 2405600, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for item 6, agency code 427-474, line item 2509000 stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Minister tell us what type of medical equipment would be purchased to warrant $418 million, 904,000?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The items that we'll be buying includes 4 digital x-rays, 1 portable x-ray, 1 ultrasound machine, 3 portable ultrasound machine, 12 cardiac monitors, 20 fetal Dopplers, 7 blood pressure apparatus, 3 laryngoscope, 10 otoscope, 10 ophthalmoscope, 4 ECG machine, 4 ECG machine with pediatric lead, 6 defibrillators, warmers for birthing room 12, pediatric ventilators 3, pulse oximeters 24, suction machine 20, examination lamp 6, emergency crash cart 4, laparoscopic surgical equipment, and you have a whole series of them. So that complete suite is good, 1 complete suite that we'll be using. Refrigerators 7, biosafety cabinets 3, sterilizers 7, a mortuary freezer 1, 8 dental chairs, 40 water dispensers, industrial washer, industrial dryer, cots for maternity wards 12, fans, generators, bedside cupboards, 3 anesthetic machines, 12 trolleys with cover for the mortuary, infusion stand 15, sleeping couches 3, blood gas analyzer, biochemistry analyzer 1, hematology analyzer 1, hemoglobin ICU beds 2, delivery beds 3, and so forth.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Cummings.
Mr. Chair, we just want to know if all these medical equipment will be going to Georgetown Public Hospital or to the other outlying regional hospital like West Demerara or New Amsterdam, because you know we have medical students, and rather than everyone being concentrated in Georgetown Hospital, we want to make the others, you know, bring them up to the standard where they can have university hospital.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They'll be distributed to several hospitals.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahikon.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I heard the Honorable Minister's answer several hospitals. Can he confirm that the West Demerara Regional Hospital is one, and the Lenora Cottage Hospital, and the Wakenham and Legwan Cottage Hospitals, please?
Honorable Minister.
Those would be funded by another project. As I mentioned, we have $6 million that we'll be spending at West Demerara Hospital, and the $2 million that we're utilizing, the $1 million that we're currently utilizing to fix the Lenora Hospital also includes equipment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for item 6, agency code 427-474, line item 2509000, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This completes consideration of all the items. I will now put the motion, which is that the Committee of Supply approve of the proposal set out in financial paper number 2 of...
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, sir. We have another page.
Sorry, honorable members. Yes. Honorable members, I propose a question that item 7, Agency Code 51-517, Ministry of Home Affairs, line item 2609200, stands part of the estimates. I propose the question. Give the Honorable Minister a few moments. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you, sir. Through you, can the Honorable Minister provide a detailed breakdown of how this amount of 17 million will be spent?
Honorable Minister.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is contemplated that this amount will be spent for handguns, submachine guns, 9 mm ammunition, and 7.62 mm ammunition.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you again, sir. Can the Honorable Minister state what is unforeseen about this expense and why was it not included in the budget that was passed a few weeks ago? Is it a case that you are ill-prepared? Additionally, is it a case that this request is premised on the fact that there is a rise in narco-trafficking?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the honorable member for her question. It's not simply a matter of being unprepared. The weapons which are held by the CANU are old. They have been malfunctioning in operational activities, and we don't want to continue to run that risk. Even now, as we speak, they are operational out there, and we want them to have the kind of effectiveness so that they don't get hurt and that they complete their mission. On the question of a rise in narcotic activities, I wouldn't say in itself that there's a rise. There's better interdiction at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you again, sir. Honorable Minister, you said that these weapons, these guns are old. When did you discover or realize that these weapons or guns are old?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These weapons were inherited from the past administration at the CANU, and as I said, that the reliability of these weapons were not satisfactory, and we do not want to pose any risk to our people out there on operations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Chandan.
Thank you, sir. I'm just trying to establish that this could not have been an unforeseen expenditure. We have had the passage in this dome of 2 budgets. This could have been included. Can you indicate, Honorable Minister, what are your plans for these weapons that are old or would be condemned? And you're saying that, are you saying that there is not a rise in narco-trafficking? And if it is, you're saying that, can you provide me with the statistics that you've ground your claim or statement on?
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said that there was, I'm not sure that there is a question of rise or fall. I said that there's a question of better interdiction at this time.
in respect of the question of the use of the weapons, which you said would be condemned, I don't think there's a thought at the moment of condemning. I think that they might more be used in training activities.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you, sir. I just have one last question for the Minister. Can the Honorable Minister state how these additional guns will help solve narco trafficking? Because we are witnessing frequent drug busts. We've witnessed some of the largest drug busts in this nation's history.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Indeed, we have some increases in drug bust, marijuana in Guyana. The CANU has been much more active and successful than recently, not only in Guyana, but in relation to partnership activities with neighboring countries. That is what we have.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Members, Mr. Geeta Chandan Edmond.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, are you prepared to provide me with those statistics? And also, can you state what assessment or study was done to determine that there was a need for additional guns besides the statement that you made in relation to the old guns?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to provide figures on the interdictions that we have been associated with recently, both in Guyana and neighboring countries. The question of the guns is their functioning and use. So I don't think there's a big issue with that, other than my saying that we need to ensure that our people have proper response with good working equipment.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipo.
Thank you, sir. Can the Honorable Minister tell this House what procurement measure would be used to procure the weapons?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are a limited number of people who are firearms persons who are in the business in the country, and they will be licensed firearm holders, of course. Dealers.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipo.
Sir, is the Honorable Minister confirming that there will be no sole sourcing?
Honorable Minister.
I said, I want to clarify and to repeat that I said there are a limited number of persons who are firearms dealers in Guyana, and we will go out to those persons on a bid to get successful procurement.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, it's a good time to put a question. The sum stated for item number 7, agency code 51-517, line item 2609200, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We move to item number 8, agency code 53-531, line item 6222. And I propose the question that the sum stated for this head stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable Minister give some clarity to this allocation? It says for provision of additional resources to the Regional Joint Support Team. Is there a Regional Joint Support Team in the GDF? I've never heard about it. I don't know whether the Minister can give some clarity to that, because if you're providing additional resources, it suggests to me that there is already a team in existence and that we're giving additional resources to it.
Honorable Minister.
The honourable member, the Regional Joint Support Team is a new initiative that was decided on by the Defence Board, and that earlier around April this year, and it will be an initiative involving the GDF and the police force to develop operational capacity in crime fighting. And so this is a brand new initiative to be implemented, and the budgetary allocation under 622 is to be able to provide resources that they would need in order to function, to be established and to function.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipwat.
Can the Honorable Minister provide a list of the field materials and supplies that are requested for this Regional Joint Support Team to the cost of $249,967,523?
Honorable Minister.
I regret, the Honourable Member, that will not be possible as a security issue. These are the Regional Joint Support Teams that will be in the 10 regions of Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipwat.
Thank you, sir. Sir, just to confirm that there will be 10 Regional Joint Support Teams, if I'm hearing correctly.
Honorable Minister.
They will be based in the regions of Guyana.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, it's a good time to put the question that the sum stated for item number 8, Agency Code 53-531, line item 6222, forms part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I now move to line item 6241, and I propose the question that the sum stated forms part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipwat.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can the Honorable Minister say where are the buildings located, if there are more than one, and if there are, can she disaggregate the $2,100,000?
Honorable Minister.
These are for rental buildings that will be used in various regions in order to have the regional support team have an operational base.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipwat.
Sir, is it not possible for us to know where the buildings will be located? I mean, sir, we're having an operation with the Guyana Defence Force. People will see this in their communities, and of course they would want to know what it is about. So if we can have the location of the building.
Honorable Minister.
That categorizes security.
Whenever that happens, the communities will probably know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable
yes.
Member, Mr. Ramsden.
This is obviously crime fighting. This is not national security here. And we cannot scrutinize and interrogate crime fighting. Oh, come on.
Honorable Minister.
I'm not aware that that was a question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is.
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramsden.
I think the Honourable Member heard me very clearly. This is a new initiative now beginning. How can one say where buildings are where you're now starting?
Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan, you know, the Minister was on her feet and continued to stand. You can stand now, Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjitan.
I once again ask the question, if it is exclusively crime fighting, notwithstanding that the GDF is involved, this House, Mr. Minister, ought to know where these constructions and rentals are going on. Please answer the question.
Honorable Minister.
I didn't remember to ask, Honourable Member, where your dogs and horses were placed when you came up with that crime fighting initiative in 2016. However, I guess, you know, horses blend in better and dogs than humans. However, Mr. Speaker, I have made it clear, this is a new initiative starting in April this year. It is now being set up. The budgetary allocation that cannot accommodate the new initiative, and therefore the funds being requested is to cover and to allow them to get set up. And so we cannot name the places where they are because we do not have a list of those places.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, what initiative was used to arrive at the figure $2,100,000?
It's an estimate, sir, that the joint teams may possibly need 6 or 7 locations from which to operate from. 6 or 7 places at 300,000 rental will come up with the figure you're looking for.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Figueroa.
Thanks for recognizing me, sir. Mr. Minister, with regards to this new initiative, Mr. Chair,
Honorable Minister, by the way. Yes, thank you.
Honorable members,
most honorable Minister, with respect to this initiative, was there any thought with respect to the building that will be used? Would it be government facilities or would it be private-owned facilities?
Honorable Minister.
Wherever there are government-owned buildings, those will be used. Where they are not, and we have to find other facilities, those are the ones that would be rented.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the fact that you have indicated that wherever government
Honorable Member, I haven't indicated anything.
Pardon?
I haven't indicated anything. You have to speak to the Speaker, not to the Minister. And I have to put your question to the Minister. I think we're doing this.
Okay, thank you for your guidance, sir. Madam Minister, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair.
Since you would have indicated, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, since the Minister would have indicated that wherever government facilities are, those said buildings would be used. And since it's a regional operation, and it is known where the regional buildings are located, can you say which of those said buildings would be identified in the respective regions to facilitate this program, to fight crime?
Honorable Minister.
The buildings, Honorable Member, that will be used are based on the requirements of the regional joint support team, based on the needs they have and the operational needs. So at this point, no building, government or otherwise, can be listed or named at this point.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, we have established that the new regional joint support team will be renting buildings, private buildings or government buildings, whichever one is available at whichever time they come up to. So is it a fair conclusion, sir, that the maintenance of these buildings will fall under the respective owners that we are renting it from, or if it's government agency, the said government agency we're renting it from, and not under this new team?
Honorable Minister.
Some of these, this is just kerfuffling. The rental of the buildings, as per norm, if we rent a private building, there's obviously based on the contract and what it would entail, and that will be determined by the contract. With government buildings, once they're available and are appropriate for the use of the team, that will be used, and the government, I assume, will not be charging them rates as is per norm. And we're dealing with 6241, which is rental of buildings.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. I am aware that we're dealing with 6241 rental of buildings, and I'm trying to establish whether the minister envision that this new organization will be responsible for the maintenance of these buildings that they are renting or not.
Honorable Minister.
I think I made myself clear, Honorable Member, that It depends on the contract with the private, if they're renting private places. With government buildings, when we come to the next item, which they may wish to use and upgrade, that will come under the next heading, 6242.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, current chair. Mr. Chairman, can the minister inform the House if there's these teams that will be set up, the joint service teams, in the respective regions, will they be permanently placed in the regions? And additionally, will they have a different form of identification, or will it just be the police and the army going out doing this operation?
Honorable Minister.
I'm afraid I can't answer those questions, except that the regional joint support team will be functioning in areas and be mobile, and therefore they may not always be statutory or static. And so they are expected to be mobile, and if needed in any areas, they could change to another area.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Figuera.
So, Madam, through you, Chair, so if they are going to be mobile, why is there need to be renting facilities?
Honorable Minister.
I believe, sir, that most operational bodies need a base, a home to come home to. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, can the honorable member state how many, for the various regions, what would be the number per teams?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, honorable member, I think I made it clear. This is a new initiative by the Defense Board of Guyana, and therefore there are certain issues relating to it that are of security interest.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for line item 6241 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimate. For line item 6242, I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. I now propose the question that the sum stated for line item 6242 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say...
Sir, you said you're proposing the question there.
Yes, and I looked around and no one was answering, and I put the question.
No, I didn't hear you saying you never said put, so, sir.
The ayes have it.
Sir, you never said you were going to put the question just now. The Hansard could reflect that.
We can always go back to the Hansard after.
I'll appreciate that because I definitively heard propose, sir.
I propose and then I put.
You didn't put.
If you're arguing again.
You didn't put it, you know.
Line item 6292, and I propose the question that the sum stated for this line item stands part of the estimates. I now put the question that the sum stated for this line item stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. For line item 6294, I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable Minister state what would the sum of $84 million be spent on the other?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, through Mr. Speaker, the 84.358,400 will be spent on uniforms and other things that they will need in setting themselves up, such as the operational issues that they may need.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mr.
This is a
Rambutan.
little egregious here. It is, this will be uniform, that will be under the Police Act or the GDF, Mr. Speaker, because I want to know if it is crime fighting, why are we shifting this thing onto the GDF?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
This is unconstitutional, you know.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
You want it.
Honorable Minister.
I believe that the honourable members using the word uniform rather literally. We're talking about a new regional support team that will need additional support in terms of whether it's equipment or whether it is other things they would need to be able to function. This would be additional support in terms of whether it's equipment, office equipment, or other things they would need to be able to function. And so uniform may include clothing, but it could include other aspects in relation to what would be considered their uniform.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is $84 million we're talking about. And by now, the Honorable Minister ought to have a very clear idea coming to this House as to what this money will be spent on. We're asking, what are you spending $84 million on? In addition to all of the other sums you have here, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister.
We need to know taxpayers' money.
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Member,
I would
Mr.
hope
Maipol.
that you would not allow that. Mr. Speaker, and the issue of the 84 million has a number of aspects to it, including uniforms, and obviously this is a crime-fighting body. It has to acquire information, it has to be able to work, to be able to fight crime, which means they have to know things that are going on in the community. Mr. Harmon is well aware of what that means, and I don't have to spell it out. The $84 million can put that team in different regions to have the capacity to know what is going on and to be able to fight crime. It's not just running around with a uniform and a gun. It's also about being able to work in the communities and have information. And I'm sure, Mr. Harmon, I know that you and I know what that means.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I hear the Honorable Minister alluding to the fact that this unit is specifically to fight crime. May I ask what type of crime will this body be fighting, and if they will be usurping the authority of the Guyana Police Force?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is nobody usurping anybody's powers. The GDF and the police are covered by statute and under the Constitution. This is about enhancing the capacity of the law enforcement agencies with the support of the GDF in being able to fight crime. Whether it is narcotics, whether it's other forms of crime, it is there to work and support each other. And therefore, this is not to become a hysterical thing. These are two properly functioning bodies that will work in collaboration with each other in a newer and different structure. It will not denigrate, don't get excited and get hot air under your ears, Mr. Ramjatan. Don't get all hot and sweaty, Mr. Ramjatan. The issue is, I'm not saying anything bad, Mr. Speaker, I'm just telling him not to get hot and sweaty. But the issue is that these two bodies are covered by statute, and there will be no interference in their functions in terms of usurping anybody's powers or usurping anybody that has a role to play in crime fighting. This is about enhancing our capabilities as a nation and being able to have better coordination and collaboration between the different disciplined forces in our country. That's it. Nothing to get conspiratorial about. There's nothing conspiratorial about it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as I said earlier, the Honorable Minister continues to allude to the fact that this body is for crime
You're
fighting.
imputing now. What is she,
Okay, she continues to say that this body will be responsible for crime fighting.
Right.
The Honorable Minister, with deepest of regards and respect to the
Thank you,
Honorable
sir.
Member, sir, would the composition of these teams be members from the Guyana Defense Force exclusively, or the Guyana Police Force exclusively, or jointly with the Guyana Police Force and Guyana Defense Force?
Honorable Member, clearly what I'm hearing and what you're hearing are two different things. We have had line items. From the first line item, we heard about joint. Honorable Minister, I give you the chance if you want to repeat yourself.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, joint, I believe, is joint. Means they're working together in a regional support group. I leave the joint, that is Ganja, to Mr. Duncan. The issue we're talking about is joint, meaning collaboration, cooperation between the GDF and the police, working in one regional support team in the locations that they are assigned to fight crime and to have a quick response when necessary to work together. That is using our resources more efficiently and better.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I got more stamina than you could ever have.
In this joint coming together, is there any place for the community policing forces in the region? These are the persons who have been holding the law together in those communities. Even during COVID, they were assisting, and there are big sums of money. Is there some part of that money for a joint involvement of the community policing force in the communities?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Henry, yes, I would totally support you that the community policing are critical, particularly in the interior areas. And in fact, the government has announced that it will be setting up some new initiatives in regard to our borders and the use and support of the community policing, particularly in our borders. So that will be a completely separate arrangement than this one, but obviously the importance of the community policing and what are in some areas called neighborhood police are critical components of the crime-fighting machinery of Guyana, not just the army and the police. So you're correct to bring that out.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes. Since the taxpayers are spending money on this regional task force, could the taxpayers get from them the structure, the hierarchy, and the reporting relationships of this new force that they have regionalized?
Honorable Minister.
Which item are we on still? Are we on 6294?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So what has that got to do with the structure? Thank you.
It's the policy of the
Could we
Honorable
know what...
Member, please, go ahead.
Yeah, could we know what is the... When we come here with the police, just to bring it to your attention and focus, we have a certain police act that governs. GDF got a certain defense act that governs them. You have created now a regional task force without an act. And we got to spend so much money, and we don't know the reporting structures, relationships, we don't know the hierarchies, and we don't know the structure of this thing.
Honorable Minister.
Please, could you say if you could relate to Parliament, in Parliament?
Honorable Minister.
I seem to be getting the member hot under the collar. The issue is that the two bodies will work operationally together. It's an operational issue. And therefore, I believe both you as a Minister of Home Affairs, former, and myself as a former Minister of Home Affairs, know exactly what we mean when we talk about operational joint support teams. You know exactly what we're talking about, sir. The structure is clear. The structure is clear. The Commissioner of Police, the Chief of Staff, the Defense Board, the Commander-in-Chief. You know the structure. Why are you asking this House as if it's something new?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, this is a good... Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honourable Member, can the Honourable Member state whether, with the population of this new unit, whether you will be recruiting new persons from the public or you will be utilizing what you already have within the GDF and that of the Guyana Police Force?
Honourable Minister.
I have said that it's the Army and the police. If the Army and the police so desire to have additional people, they will recruit. If the police desire additional people, they will recruit. But at this point, I'm saying this, the organizations, the entities who are working in the joint regional support team are the GDF and the Guyana Police Force.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Follow up on that same particular question. Can the Honourable Member state what level within the Guyana Police Force and the GDF will make up this regional crime fighting unit?
Honourable Minister.
I assume you're asking me to state rank? Is that what you're asking for?
Honourable
All I would
Member.
say, Mr. Speaker and Madam Ferguson.
I'm referring to rank, Madam.
I thought that's what you're referring to. And I'd say to you that, and Madam is not in the standing orders either, that the Honourable Member, the ranks, this is high-level regional support teams, and obviously would include persons at the level of officer ranks, officer level.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, I now put the question that the sum stated for item number 8, line item 6294, the sum stated stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. For line item 12001000, I propose the question that the sum stated stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, is this $39,144,535 for the construction of a new building?
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, is to rehabilitate a number of buildings, one where the base would be at Ivleri, as well as a rehabilitation of a building at Ettringbang, and so the construction of an agency building or a multi-agency building in Ettringbang. And I'm sure everyone knows the location of Ettringbang and the importance that that border area plays in the movement of crime.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can the minister disaggregate the sum to say what amount is allocated to the construction at Ettringbang and the rehabilitation at the Ivleri police station area?
Honourable Minister.
The 39 million, it has 2.5 million for the rehab at Ivleri, the rehab of GGMC building at Ettringbang, 13.6 million and the new office building at Ringbang, 22.9 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to put a question that the sum stated for line item 12001000 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Line item 2404600. I now propose the question that the sum stated forms part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Comrade Chair, can the Honorable Minister say what type of vehicles will be purchased for air, land, and water transport, and if she can give us the amount of vehicles to be purchased?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are 32 vehicles to be acquired, I guess based on the tenders and procurement, but they would consist of working vehicles such as pickups, ATVs, in that line of vehicle.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, did I see you pressing your mic? Sorry, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Member Mr. Mahipur.
Sir, I'm trying to ascertain through you if the $39 million is for specifically pickups and ATVs only and no other vehicles. And if the Honorable Minister can be kind enough to say what is the engineer's estimate for the pickups and ATVs, if it's solely for them.
Honorable Minister.
I believe, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Member is looking at buildings, whereas we're looking at air, land, and water, 174 million.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipur.
Yes, sir, my mistake, I must apologize. The 174,302,160. I'm asking for if it's solely for pickups and ATVs, and what is the estimate for the pickups and the estimates for the ATVs?
Honorable Minister.
There is a projection in the budget of the number of vehicles they'd like to purchase. There are ATVs and pickups and one vehicle. However, that will depend on the process of procurement, what the prices they will get, whether they'll get more or less vehicles. So they have projected for what is 32 vehicles, which include pickups, ATVs, and one vehicle, one car.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for line item 2404600 stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And I now move to line item 2512600, and I propose the question that the sum minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honourable Member, there are several different types of equipment, including telecommunications, things like washing machines, as well as dryers, refrigerators, freezers, those kind of furniture, as well as equipment that would be used in office in order to establish the different centers.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, sir. Sir, are these furniture and equipment for the new building that will be constructed at Iteringbang and the operation that is going to happen there at Iteringbang?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the equipment here would be used in the various operational bases that are set up throughout the country as required.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for line item 2600 stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, this completes consideration of all items. I will now put the motion, which is that the Committee of Supply approve of the proposals set out in financial paper number 2 of 2021, supplementary estimates, current and capital, totaling 360,385,051 for the period 2021 12th month of and the 31st of December. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, the Assembly will now resume. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report the Committee of Supply has approved the proposals set out in financial paper number 2 of 2021, and I now move that the Assembly doth agree with the committee in the said resolution.
The question is that the Assembly doth agree with the committee in its resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This completes consideration of financial paper number 2 of 2021. We now move to consideration of the supplementary appropriation bill. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that standing orders numbers 13N and 54 be suspended to enable the supplementary appropriation. Number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021 to be introduced at this stage.
The question is that the standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Article 171(2) of the Constitution, I signify that Cabinet has recommended the supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021, for consideration by the National Assembly, and I now present the bill to the Assembly and move that it be read the first time.
The question is that supplementary appropriation Bill number 1 of 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021 be read the first time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the first time.
Supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021 be read a second time.
The question is that supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, and Bill number 13 of 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read a second time.
Supplementary appropriation
Number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021.
Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021, be read the third time and be passed as printed.
The question is that supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021, be read the third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read a third time.
Supplementary appropriation number 1 for 2021, Bill 2021, Bill number 13 of 2021.
Honorable members, I think this is a good time for us to take a half-an-hour suspension and we come back for the next item on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask, sir, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable
I'm sorry
Leader of
about
the
this,
Opposition.
please. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the COVID guidelines that have been established says that we should be here up to 8 o'clock. We have extended beyond 8. It is now minutes to finish the financial papers. We are now at 11:15. Mr. Speaker, I am suggesting that what we are doing here now is putting now all of these members at serious risk. We have made that situation very clear that up to 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Now
Thank
we've
you.
gone to minutes
Thank
to
you.
11, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. There was a motion to suspend the standing orders to conclude the business of today. And it was approved by the National Assembly. There was an appropriate time to make this intervention. Thank you very much.
Well, we should go, man. Yeah. Listen.
Not one cries, not a bit of grass. We love the open country of the rope and honey.